Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee on Wednesday, the 21st of April, 2021. Welcome to the members of the committee. For those who are watching through the webcast, you'll see each of the members of this committee with the CLLR councillor designation. There are a number of others who you won't see on screen, both officers of the council who may well be making contributions at some point through the course of our discussions, also public participants who will be bringing in with reference to both of the applications that we have before us this evening. Just in the event that you're watching this either live or subsequently and have never watched a planning committee before, where have you been? But I'll quickly explain. Members will know how this works. If a member wants to draw my attention and has something to say or contribute to the discussion, they'll do that by raising a virtual hand that I'll be able to see. If in the course of that there is something which is a supplementary question, something relevant to the issue at hand, that a wave of the hand will just indicate, and I'll do my very best to bring in members at appropriate points. Those who are joining us as officers of the council, when and if you do so, if you would please just introduce yourself when you appear for the first time and your job title, that would be appreciated. So as we move on to the agenda for this evening, our first item is declarations of interest. Members, do you have any declarations relevant to this evening's agenda? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a prejudicial interest or a pecuniary interest, but just in the interest of absolute transparency, with regards to the application for Burnholme, I am a school governor at the school that agreed to release the land that this proposed development is on, and so just really to be guided by yourself and the officers. I don't believe it calls me to stand down from this, but I just so you're aware that I was involved in those early discussions.
Thank you. Councillor de Gorn, and I also noticed Councillor Douglas.
Likewise, in reference to the Burnholme item 4A, obviously this is a City of York Council application. I am a member of the executive, which has approved this, but I don't believe that to be prejudicial.
Sure, I think that's well established. Councillor Douglas.
Thanks, Chair. And just for transparency, for item 4A, I'm a ward councillor for Heworth, which Burnholme sits in. Thank you.
Thank you. All of that is noted. Thank you very much. I don't think we've had any apologists this evening, so thanks for all those who've been able to join us through the course of this meeting. We have minutes to approve from our last meeting held on the 24th of February and our meeting on the 4th of March. Are there any issues there? And again, I see Councillor Rowley wants to comment on the minutes.
Sorry, no, Chair. It's to do with the fact that I am a substitute for Councillor Doherty.
Ah, you are indeed.
Thank you, sir.
We see you so often at this committee that I was overlooking that. Thank you. And Councillor Wardby.
And I'm substituting for Councillor Eyre as well.
You are. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. It's just in relation to the minutes, page 19, top of the page. The grounds of the condition 4 being changed. Well, it was being changed because it was allowing 28 days occupancy, i.e. 4 weeks occupancy, and it was being changed to allow 46 weeks occupancy by virtue of the 6-week closure period. As it stands, it doesn't really make sense what it reads.
In what way would you suggest it should be changed? I'm not sure that I think it's fairly clear.
the grounds of the condition 4 being changed from allowing 28 days occupancy, i.e. 4 weeks, to 46 weeks occupancy. That was the reason for proposing refusal, which was seconded.
And you don't feel that's covered by unduly restrictive?
No.
I'm happy to take any opinion from members on that. Personally, I'm happy if that's amplified and no one has any objection to amplifying that so that the reader is more clearly stated at that point in the minutes. Are we content with that?
Sorry, Chair, I'm not entirely clear what Councillor Waters is saying. It's probably me being a bit thick, but
I think we're referring to the bottom of page 19 and the reasons for.
No, it's the top of page 19.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong place. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, the first sentence.
In that case, Al, I was looking at the wrong paragraph, Councillor Waters, and maybe if you just repeat what you're saying. Thanks.
Instead of, as it's written, what it should say, the grounds of condition 4 being changed from allowing 28 days occupancy, i.e. 4 weeks, to 46 weeks occupancy by virtue of the 6-week closure period.
Okay, I think I understand now. Sorry about that. It was me not following first time. Do members have any difficulty with that? I think that would be a fair reflection. It can be checked with the record and webcast of the meeting. So thanks for that. It is noted, Councillor Waters. Anything else in terms of the minutes? No. In that case, can I ask your approval of both of those minutes? Just a show of hands will be sufficient. I think I've seen enough. That's just about everybody. Thank you very much. So with that, we don't have any public speakers registered for general matters with regard to this council as public participation. So we move on therefore to the items before us this evening. The first of those being item 4A, Burnholme Community Hub, and the erection of 83 dwellings, associated parking, landscaping, access, etc. Can I invite the officers who will introduce this for us, first with any updates and then the application itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Becky. I'm going to say I'm Becky Eads, Head of Development Services. I'm going to pass you across to Jonathan to do the update, and then I'll do the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, Jonathan.
Jonathan Kenyon, Development Management. So just to run through the update for Burnholme, some amendments and clarifications to the report. In respect of affordable housing, there's a correction required to paragraph 5.2, which relates to the local policy target requirements. We've specified 30% in the committee report, but that should be adjusted to 27. So the committee update covers that, and we've got a summary of the affordable housing that the scheme's proposed. We've got a table for you there that sets out what the anticipated mix of housing is in terms of what size houses are social rent, shared ownership, and market sale. In paragraph 5.21, just a correction in respect of the comments we made about gates opening over the highway, just to clarify on that final sentence what the legal requirements are in terms of highways, and if the councils, if it's the council that are providing the development, by virtue of that, it would be the case that the highway would automatically be adopted. There's some amendments to conditions proposed. Condition number 8, drainage. The wording stays the same in terms of the requirements, but it's just an ask that the details are approved prior to commencement of development. And then condition 10, which relates to affordable housing, is amended as well, just to pick up that change to affordable housing requirements. So there'd be a requirement for a minimum of 21 of the homes to be affordable. That's the update for this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Becky, if you just take us through the application, please.
There we go. You can see that.
We can.
Yep. Perfect. So we have the site location plan first, as you can see, the site outlined in red, more or less a T that you can just see where my arrow is outlining. You can see the existing playing field here, the recently built retirement living there. No, it's not, sorry, care home. The village, sorry, the library here and the sports complex here, along with the school, just where I'm outlining here. Next slide. This is the view from the northeast with the sports centre building where you can see the proposed main entrance into the site. There is the view from the north, the main access in the care home building that I just mentioned and outlined here. Again, you can see the sports centre there with the main access up there. Again, access to the front from the community hub. Again, you can see the care home buildings in a slightly different aspect. And this is the land in front of the community hub, and you can see the access just there where I'm outlining. This is a proposed pedestrian access from Darnbrook Walk. So this is the proposed site plan. You can see care home that I just outlined, along with the sports village that you saw before, and the access into the site here. Coming into the site with the variety of different units, which I'll go through in a minute. This area here is the self-build units, and the area of open space here, actually right within the middle of the site. So this is a 2-storey house type that you can see here, and the 3-storey house type here, and the 1.5-storey house type there. There's floor plans. This is the terrace elevation that you can see, and if you, it might be a tad small, but that, if you can just see the red there, that's where this terrace will sit within the site, just here. So this is a terrace, and the plans and the elevation, you can see this is where that one sits here. Might actually be useful if I just run back up to this one. So you can see that was the very first one that I showed you there. That's been reduced in height through the application process. And that was the second one that I was just showing you just where my arrow is there. Let's go back down here. And then this is the site-wide sections. You can see, again, the sections through the site, the size of the dwellings there, and in relation to the existing properties. And then the last slide, which is the 3D visuals. So you can see, I think this shows it quite well in relation to the existing buildings and the neighbouring properties. You can see care home there with the different roofscape as you enter in here, the sports complex, self-build, which there aren't details of at the moment, but we know where they will sit. And again, the terraces and how they will look within the site. And this is the 2 areas that I previously outlined up here. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So do members have any questions at this point? Councillor Ward be first.
Thank you, Chair. On pages 23 and 24, paragraph 1.5, there is a breakdown of accommodation mix. It states that there are 16 homes that are wheelchair user dwellings, but on page 35, paragraph 5.19, it states that there will be 11. Can you say which is correct, please? And with
Jonathan, sorry.
Yeah,
No, sorry, I just need Jonathan to answer that one.
It might have got confused because the different standards of the building regulations in terms of wheelchair accessibility that we're referring to. Which was the second paragraph?
So the second was 5.19 on page 35. of my agenda. And then I've got like kind of a second question. It's like, can you break down what accommodation mix is going to be wheelchair user dwellings? So in sense of, are they all 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? Because like some will need carers to sleep over. Some will live with their families, and that hasn't been broke down. So I didn't, or unless I can't see it.
Okay. Yeah, so the numbers, sorry, it's a bit confusing, but yeah, they relate to different categories of the building regulations. So the 11 are the most wheelchair accessible, I think. So the 16 might be a different category within the building regulations. The applicants can hopefully explain better the exact differences in terms of wheelchair accessibility because they've got the architects with them.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I've got one second question, Chair. Can I ask that?
Please do.
It's kind of like got a few in it, so I do apologise. So stated in the report, there are only 74 parking spaces, yet there are 83 properties. It also states that the disabled parking will get priority. Will the disabled be marked out so ready to go, because they'll need more room to open their doors, use wheelchairs, etc.? Or are these parking bays going to be outside the houses? Or is this a question I can ask the applicant? With the self-builds, are they having their own parking on their land? Because if their parking is included in the 74 spaces and they do the self-builds a bit later than the other buildings, will all the parking bays be allocated already? And then finally, on page 27, paragraph 3.6, highways are concerned about overspill of car park onto unsuitable locations and onto local roads. It mentions a contribution to enable highways authority to manage this risk. I can't see how if they've put it in, how they're going to do that. Thank you ever so much.
All right. So in terms of the first question, it wasn't in the presentation, but for disabled parking, we have got a plan that identifies where they're expected to go on site, and they are in areas where there's space allowed for, so they can have extra space around the car parking spaces, and they've been picked out at locations which are the closest to the accessible dwellings. So they're usually the ones at the end of rows of car parking spaces, because that's where we've got more flexibility to accommodate them. In terms of the build to rent units, we don't know exactly when they'll come forward, but the way that we've got the site laid out in that area by the sports centre, the majority of them have got parallel parking on street in front of them, so you wouldn't be able to get a car past that parking and into a driveway. But I guess because the design of them isn't fixed, I guess there is a possibility that 2 of those spaces could have driveways and extra car parking spaces within them. But none of the intention for the car parking generally across the site is that it will be managed on an annual basis, slightly like res park. So it'll be fluid and it'll be changing all the time, as to the idea being that residents are sort of encouraged to use alternative means of travel, and they don't keep hold of one of the car parking spaces, if you like, if they don't need them.
Thank you. Helen has joined us at the table and may have something to add to that.
About the overspill.
Hello, my name is Helen Verscherer. I'm the Traffic and Highway Development Manager for City of York Council. In response to your question about the overspill, we, as you've noted, have expressed concerns because we are worried that 74 car parking spaces in this location might be a bit tight. I understand that the idea behind the development is to try to be a sustainable site with low car ownership and low car use, but we do have concerns, and the idea of managing the site with resident parking or other permits, that's not fully been determined yet. means that if there are households with more than one car, it's likely that that second car or third car would go somewhere on the local streets. So the reason for securing the contribution is to try to at least make sure that we have double yellow lines in place where they are required for safety, maybe bollards if needed, if we find that there's verge or pavement parking happening in locations that are really unsuitable. So that's the mitigation, if you want, but we do have concerns.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Rowley next, and Councillor Pavlovic is waving. I'm sure this is going to be supplementary and around the same issue of parking. Go ahead.
Actually, Chair, it's the question before that Councillor Ward be asked. In relation, sorry, I did have my hand up, but
all right, go ahead. That's fine.
Jonathan's answer confused me a little bit, because as Councillor Warby correctly pointed out, that on page 24 it states that 16 homes were wheelchair user dwellings, category M4, and then on page 35 it says there are 11 M4 wheelchair accessible homes proposed. You said there were different building categories, but they're both M4 categories.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you could clarify what you meant by different building categories, if they're both M4.
No, yeah, I think you're right. I think hopefully I presume the applicants will be able to answer the question, because you're correct. There is a contradiction there, that it's the same category that I was referring to. I've just been back and checked, and the numbers are different. So I'm afraid I'm not 100% sure which one is correct.
I'm sure that will be picked up. I'm sure it will be picked up. I will come back to you if you keep your hand raised, Councillor Pavlovic, but I was going to go to Councillor Rowley. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'd noticed that Councillor Waters did have his hand up in that last session. Again, I don't want to. You're the chair, but I don't know if Councillor Waters. No. Okay, fine. Sorry, Chair, and thank you for bringing me in. I just have some questions really to the officers around the pedestrian access into Downbrook Walk. And on the plans that I'm trying to look at, and there's nothing kind of close up really. The width of the pedestrian access is the same width as Downbrook Walk and the pavement. Now currently there is a wrought iron gate and fencing along that particular end of Downbrook Walk. And my slight concern is that if there's nothing permanent that's put in there to stop at some point in the future traffic going through, that just causes me some concern, because the plans don't indicate that it's a pedestrian walkway. The width that they've given indicates that at some point there may be an opportunity to open that up, and I would have grave concerns about that. So really I'm looking for some assurances from the officers, and it may well be a question for the applicant, but looking for some assurances from the officers that will not be used at some point in the future as vehicular access, and can we get some assurances that whatever's put in there to stop vehicular access is of a permanent nature and not temporary or movable? Thank you, Chair.
Condition. Sorry, I thought you'd finished. Condition 20 covers that. If you look at the second paragraph, it says the pedestrian and cycle connections to Downbrook Walk shall be provided prior to the first occupation of the development. These works shall include a level or ramped connection onto the footpath along Downbrook Walk. Details of the scheme shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority prior to works commencing. So what we can do, if needed, is that we can make sure that there's something in there that says that to ensure that it's pedestrian only. We'll make it clear if you want on that, if that's something that you'd like to see.
Thank you, Becky, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, and Helen, again, I see you may have something to add to that.
Just to note that the intention was that it could be used as an emergency access. So the idea is to have a bollard or bollards in place, but that could be taken out by emergency vehicles if required, because a development of this size really should have an alternative emergency access. So it was actually one of our suggestions to the applicant to make sure that there was a secondary access.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Waters, sorry if I've missed you before. Is this a supplementary to the subject?
No, it's just a question on other conditions.
Okay, can I hold you for a moment? I will come back to you. Just check there are no other supplementaries. Okay. I will come back to you momentarily, but I'm going to go now to Councillor Lomas, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for officers. Is this development classed as in an urban area or a suburban area?
I don't think you can class it as urban or suburban. Right, in what context are you asking? I don't really understand the context of this.
Well, it's referred to in paragraph 5.4 on page 31 about the NPPF. I really struggle to say that. Guidance on density, and there is a differentiation between urban area and suburban area. So my question is this area urban or suburban according to NPPF?
I think it's explained in our relevant local plan policy as to what the difference between the two is. So in terms of applying our policy strictly, it would be the suburban area. But the policy is just sort of intended as a rough guideline, and we go equally by the local characteristics of an area. Quite heavily informs what we feel is an appropriate density, and also within the suburban areas, there's an allowance and acknowledgement in the policy that if you're close to regular bus routes, that suggests that a higher density is more appropriate than the minimum that's set out in the paragraph there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Waters, I'll give you the opportunity to raise your question, and then I will come back to Councillor Pavlovic.
In terms of condition 3, I'll apologise if I've missed anything, but the only reference I see to hours of working is just 3 words under F, noise. There doesn't seem to be anything that elaborates. It mentions the construction environment management plan. There's nothing in terms of delivery hours, which is critical for this site. We're now into the 11th year of HGVs thundering down Tanghall Lane to service Derwentthorpe, with the prospects of another 2 years' worth of development commencing shortly. Plus, construction vehicles will be accessing Derwentthorpe to put right all the bodged roads. And now we're going to see this development no doubt progress. Similarly, with all the construction vehicles going down Tanghall Lane, the fact that there's been a full group of school children who will have spent their full school lives walking down Tanghall Lane at the side of HGVs, to my mind, has been an utter disgrace, and we need to be certain on this condition that we're not adding to those problems. It needs to be clearly outlined that there should be no deliveries taking place during school hours for the children walking up to Archie School and for those at St Elred School. I'm also very, very dubious when the approved plan should be adhered to throughout the construction period. I really think as a planning committee, we need to really strengthen these construction environment management plans and give the officers some teeth in that if they're not adhered to, the site should be subject to punitive action. I think we've had a good example as to how Lowfields development has progressed. It's been a nightmare for the residents around there. Just
Okay.
tying that in with condition 9 and the self-builds, are they going to be governed by some form of construction environment management plan as well? Because it is not clear in this condition whether they are or they aren't. So I'd like some explanation, please.
Okay, is it possible to offer a response to that?
Yeah, condition 3, under point F, it says hours of working as part of the construction management plan. Right at the end, says F and then hours of working in there. So it's already in there to be covered in the construction management plan. Obviously, if members want something more specific than that, we can do that.
We can bring it up later.
But yeah, you can bring it up later, but there is an hours of working condition on there.
Can I ask, does that apply to the self-build?
We would anticipate it would do. I mean, I don't know if Helene has, sorry, it's Jonathan. I don't know if Helene has any opinion on the delivery times for the vehicles in terms of what's appropriate. I mean, that's a tricky one, isn't it? Because if we want to avoid school hours, we might expect the deliveries to be much earlier on in the morning, which in turn you might say is distressful for the residents. So I don't know what the feeling on the optimum solution there is.
I don't honestly see why it's not possible to condition deliveries to come at, say, 9:30 onwards and cease again at school leaving times at 3 o'clock.
Okay, can I suggest that we pick this up again when we come into debate and just give opportunity at this point for further questions? Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit confused, which probably isn't unusual, but page 26, paragraph 3.1, it's proposed to provide 38.5% of the total housing as affordable. Paragraph, page 31, paragraph 5.2, the scheme proposes 83 dwellings, of which 40% would be affordable. The additional information that we've now got says 27% of the accommodation will be affordable. And my understanding is that this Burnholme site is part of the council's housing delivery programme. So it should be that 40% of all the dwellings are affordable. So one, the report seems to have two different amounts of affordable. The additional information has reduced that even further. And where does this fit with the housing delivery programme? Given that it's a council scheme.
Firstly, I'd say that the committee update and the anticipated mix in there is the most recent and up-to-date information we've got from the applicants, and through the planning application we'd be securing through condition and legal agreement that the 21 dwellings, because that's within our powers as in terms of applying the planning policy. So it wouldn't be reasonable for us to ask through planning for more than what the planning policy allows us to do so. Unless we felt there were special circumstances that was necessary to make the scheme acceptable, so that what planning delivers and what the housing's delivery programme anticipates to deliver are sort of two separate elements, essentially.
I think therefore a question for the applicant, Councillor Pavlovic. Do you have a supplementary on that?
I'm not sure that it is, because we've had other applications that have come as part of the housing delivery programme that have been housing delivery programme compliant, i.e. 40% of the scheme. So there was no indication on any of those schemes that the expectation would be the minimum that the planning policy would allow. I don't see why this scheme is different to previous schemes that we've already agreed.
Okay.
I think just for clarification, what Jonathan is advising you, right? We have to advise you from a planning point of view. And the planning policy is exactly what Jonathan's just outlined. If more is provided, so be it. But it's a bonus. Anything above that is brilliant. We can't insist on more because it's a house, because it's a council scheme. It doesn't work like that in planning terms. We can't insist because that's not what is set in planning policy. Okay.
Okay. Did you have a supplementary, Councillor Douglas?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to try and see if I could add some clarification. I think that the application includes 32 affordable homes. And as Becky's just said, that Jonathan was talking about policy. So 32 affordable is actually 38.5%, which still isn't 40, but it's close.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Barker and then Councillor Daubney.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose my question is concerning massing. Paragraph 1.1, there's an estimated yield of 72 dwellings. We're then looking at 83 homes with a density of 48 dwellings per hectare. It's a senior moment, forgive me. What is the ideal standard for dwellings per hectare, please?
Well, I guess the text from the MPPF is to make effective use of land. So it's essentially to get as many as you can on site that's practical without harming the environment. So that's very much looking at what the character area is that you're in. If you're in an urban area, you expect and everything else is high density, like in the centre of York, then we expect higher density. But I think, as we put in the report, as a rule of thumb, what we'd expect in an area like this is something between 40 and 50, which is what the policy suggests for a sort of suburban or an urban area. But we're very much driven by what the surrounding character of the area is like, and tying in with that.
I was just concerned of sort of slumming, so we're really towards the upper end of the amount of dwellings we can squeeze in.
Well, it's an efficient use of the site. We've also got an amount of public open space, which is policy compliant, which is better than what we usually do. We usually end up going off site for public open space, so it's reasonable in that respect.
No, thank you very much for clarifying that for me.
Councillor Daubney, then Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very much obliged. A question for Helen Vigero, and apologies if I didn't pronounce it very well, Helen. I'm just interested in the level of traffic modelling you might have done on the site. Obviously, in terms of the numbers of vehicle movements you might have with the expected density dwellings, which, as my colleague Councillor Barker has just pointed out, is quite high. But also in terms of pollution levels, can we shed any light on what that might be? And is it going to be significantly higher than you might expect in the area of existing development? Thank you.
Thank you. We've not got any information on air pollution from the additional traffic or vehicles associated with the site. However, we have looked at the amount of trips generated by the site at peak times, especially because that's usually what we tend to be interested in terms of junction capacity. And we are looking at about 40 cars in the peak hour, morning and evening, which, assuming that it will probably disperse on Bad Bargain Lane and then Tang Hall Lane, is not considered to be a significant increase in the amount of vehicles, but obviously it is an increase.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. So another question for Highways colleagues. On page 26, Highways notes that Mossdale Avenue is not yet adopted or constructed to adoptable standards. And I know that one of the conditions talks about prior to the development being occupied, detailed scheme identifies area to be adopted highway and standard construction details. It was condition 19. So I just wondered whether, as part of that condition, Mossdale Avenue would be picked up as part of that in terms of ensuring that Mossdale Avenue itself was brought up to adoptable standard, as well as the roads to be constructed on the new development.
that would definitely be an objective we would try to achieve. Yes.
Yeah, great.
Okay. Thank you for that. And is that a supplementary or a fresh question, Councillor Waters? Just check your microphone's on.
Are we on?
We can hear you now. Go on. Go on.
Right. It's a fresh question in relation to condition 21 on page 49. Unfortunately, we've got the any trees or plants which within a period of 5 years standard condition. The landscaping and the trees need to be for the lifetime of the development. Otherwise, after 5 years, well, probably in effect before 5 years, the landscape beds will be used as car parks and the trees will get chopped down and disappear again, either as car parks or for access onto car parking areas. That's not fanciful, that's hard fact from previous developments. That must go in for the lifetime of the development.
Okay, well, I'm sure it's onto that as we, Councillor Fisher, I'm not sure if you're waving to catch my attention or not. Okay, fine. I think that brings us to the end of questions at this point. A number of those things I'm confident we'll be taking up again later, but I think we're now in a position we can bring in the public speakers. We have a number who've registered to speak. The first of those is Charlie Lindfoot King, who I understand wishes to speak in objection to this application. So let me just check. Charlie, are you able to join us at this point, please?
I am, yes. Can you hear me
Excellent.
okay?
We can hear you. You have up to 3 minutes to make the points you want to make to the committee. There may be questions put to you afterwards. If we're getting close to the 3 minutes, I'll just give you an indication so that we're not overrunning. But please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Just to give you a quick bit of information, I live on Pennygent Avenue, so very local to where the development has been proposed. And I'm a father of 2 children who go to school at Heworth Primary, so would be affected by the impact of the traffic increase as a result of this development. I kind of object on 3 areas really, which kind of were summed up in the presentation that I saw that I just haven't addressed any of these points. I've been raising them since November 2019, and I don't feel like I've ever been listened at any point. And they are around the fact that the road network is a 1950s housing estate that is not suitable for the increase in traffic that will be as a result of the development build and thereafter. The fact that the roads are tired, you know, we only need to look at the impact caused by the Derwentthorpe estate, which, as Gentleman Ray's been happening for 11 years on Fifth Avenue, which is just a disgrace because no one's picked up and repairing that road thereafter. And I would fear that this would have the same impact. There's the issues around road safety. Bad Bargain Lane is already littered with parked cars in the morning and of an evening and throughout the day. You have to slalom your way down it if you're trying to get on Tanghall Lane, if you're going by bike or by car. And it's actually already a very difficult road to cross for young children. There's no crossing provision whatsoever. There are also kind of, as I said, the damage caused to the roads is a big issue for me, you know, and the pollution as well. 40 cars, I think that's probably feels to me very much like an underestimation. I think it would be a lot more than that, particularly if you've got provision for 74 cars. I'm not sure where the 40 figure comes from. You know, the pollution to the surrounding areas. You know, Tanghall Lane is already a busy road, as is Bad Bargain Lane. It's only going to be further pollution as a result of this development. And going back to the presentation, you know, the slides show that this is a piece of land that is very compactly within a compact housing estate already. This is not an open piece of land which has got access from various different points. It only really has one access point for traffic, and that traffic that comes off the estate can then only go one way, which is down on to Bad Bargain Lane and onto Tanghall Lane. There's no supplementary route for traffic to get to this site, and so it's going to cause blockages, and it is going to cause more issues for people when they are trying to cross the road. As my children just started to walk into school on their own up to Heworth, will find, you know, I'll have real reservations about letting my son walk to school when he's ready, because it's going to be dangerous.
Thank you. Councillor Cobain.
Oh, thanks, Chair. And hi, Charlie. Thanks for that. What would you suggest should be put in place to cope or deal or mitigate the traffic problems that you describe?
Well, that's a good question. Thanks for asking that. You know, as I said, I've raised this with, I think it was Angela at Imagine Spaces and Ben Burton at different points along the way. Bad Bargain Lane, I think, is already, whether this development happens or not, needs some sort of crossing provision somewhere on it, particularly with the services that have gone in there, like the library and the care home. You know, there needs to be something there for people to use to cross. I know a lot of people, you know, when I talked to Angela, one of the things in the past was raised about really discouraging car use on this site. I mean, that's with the best intentions, I'm sure, but, you know, I regularly walk around the Derwentthorpe estate, which had the same principles. You only need to walk up Alared Mews tonight, and you will find cars now parked on the pavement where they cross the road and the pavement illegally. And nothing will ever be done about it. And this will only go in the same way. And I think that the cars will likely spill out onto Bad Bargain Lane and our road too. But yeah, I think certainly whatever, we really need some crossing provision soon on Bad Bargain Lane to you know, try and improve road safety.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Then thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Linfoot King. We appreciate that. Do by all means watch the remainder of this meeting through the live stream, but we're going to move on to the second of our public speakers. So thank you. Who I'm hoping is Paul Wayne. Paul Wayne, can you join us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. As you've probably realised, 3 minutes to make the points you'd like to make to the committee, and do stay with us at the end of that so that we have the opportunity to ask any questions. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm a resident also on Pennington Avenue, but I share a boundary with the site. Obviously here to object. Firstly, I feel the way the planning process has been carried out has been very poor and has been hidden behind the pandemic. People directly impacted have not been fully consulted and ignored when raising reasonable objections. The stress and anxiety caused is huge. The online consultation has been a tick box exercise, and I fear this committee will be also, with residents ignored again. Even the info board with the plans was placed at the back of the site for a handful of dog walkers to see, rather than at the front of the library for everyone. I truly expected better from this council, and the planning department seriously needs to look at how it communicates and, importantly, listens to residents. For a council with supposedly green credentials and even going as far as having a pollinator policy, here's an opportunity to protect a green space, protect it for future generations and not lose it forever. Don't make all the green words empty promises, although I don't believe for one moment you'll be strong enough to act in this way. So if it must go ahead, please do consider the residents who elected you to protect their interests and the future of this city. Schools are at capacity, roads are full and crumbling, and the site to be built on is waterlogged for 6 months of the year, and nothing covers this I've seen in the plans. The plans have a 23-metre high building 1 metre away from the boundary with our property, where my children play freely and safely in their much treasured garden. This will be taken away from them with building on such a scale so close. If I were here asking for a 23-metre building in my garden, you would simply laugh at me. Why allow one simply 1 metre away? Why put the tallest buildings in the worst position to impact on other properties? Previously, plans for 20 houses on this site were refused as they erode the existing amenity of the residents by virtue of the loss of open space. These plans, by comparison, were sensible and in keeping with the area. What has been presented today are far worse. The ridiculous number of 80-plus houses impose immeasurably more. I ask you to give these plans the same response and reject them in this state. No imagination is needed to see how smaller buildings could be positioned at this side of the site or the nature walk extended along this boundary. Simply removing 2 houses from the end of the terraces would make a huge difference to the 12 properties sharing the boundary and not make a dint in the number of properties in planning across the city. If these ideas could have been incorporated, I simply wouldn't have needed to be here objecting today. Residents again being ignored. This is not a challenge to see how many bricks can be used. These plans have been advised, and they already are and will impact the value of adjoining properties by between 10 and 15%. This cannot be allowed to happen to hard-working residents. Their houses, their life savings, their children's inheritance. It's just not right. People impact report makes me shudder to think how we'll live in our homes and how St Aldred School will operate during the building. Simply taking soil cores for the environment report last year made our house shake. Damage is surely inevitable. Please do your duty to the city and the people you serve and reject these plans in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Do members have any questions? Councillor Rowley. Councillor Rowley, I don't think your microphone is on.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Chair, and
Okay.
thank you, Paul, for your passionate contribution there. Paul, I'm just curious. That you referred to an earlier application for 20 houses that didn't go ahead. Again, I'm just curious what your thoughts would be in terms of an acceptable number on this site.
So where we back onto the field, there's Burnholme Grove at one end and there's Darnbrook Walk at the other end. Houses here are garden to garden, so there's a gap of 2 gardens between the houses. These are simply the original plans for this were actually in our back garden, and we had to complain to Jonathan to get the boundary moved out of our garden of that house on the end of Terrace 6, which is 23 metres tall. It's quite simply just going to block out that end of our garden and our neighbour's garden. Other terraces doing similar to other houses along that stretch. Quite simply, there's so much open space on this site. There are trees being planted everywhere. Why couldn't it have been organised in a way where bungalows were either put there or 1.5-storey buildings were put there? It has. Why put the 23-metre building there?
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions just now. So again, thank you very much for joining us, for making the points that you have, Mr. Wade, and you're welcome to watch the remainder of this meeting through the live stream. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then our next speaker, Councillor Bob Webb, who wishes to speak on behalf of residents as a local councillor. Councillor Webb, can you join us?
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. You know how this works.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Let me firstly be open by declaring an interest, as this is something that councillors should be doing, to be open and honest. I do work at one of the schools that is earmarked to receive a financial contribution. Secondly, I am not in total opposition to this development, but I do wish to highlight residents' concerns that I hope you could see fit to address this evening. Residents were, firstly, on a sort of point of order really, residents were led to believe that there will be a physical site visit this time. That's with the letter that they were sent, and obviously they were quite put out that this hasn't happened, and I think that residents would really appreciate a deferral to actually have their points heard. If you could look into that as chair, that would be very useful. The concerns that residents have highlighted really are outlined at paragraph 3.6, 3.7 in public comments. There is a desperate need to improve public transport in the area. And I think the key thing is we need to consider what can be done to support public transport in the area. The idea that it's a commendable provision for 16 homes to be wheelchair dwellings, wheelchair user dwellings. However, could there be more done to invest in further bus use for actual disabled users? That would be one option. I think other residents have spoken already about the fact that there is going to be a huge impact on local roads, and I think that the idea of some form of crossing provision across Bad Bargain Lane would be very, very welcome. Secondly, on the consultation, I agree with Paul. I think that the prior to the pandemic, the consultation was excellent. However, the pandemic put an end to that, and some residents feel left out and unheard, as you've already heard. And I really do think that we need to do more before this is approved to actually consult with residents. And I agree to what Paul said about the billboards being hidden behind some buildings. Residents on Pen-y-Ghent and Burnholme Grove are going to lose light and privacy due to the proximity and massing along those boundaries. Their outlook will be negatively impacted, and I think that we do need to make alterations to those boundaries, to those properties at the edges, and I think that that's something that would have come out if we'd have had further consultation. So I think that on the whole, I obviously approve of the principle that we do have a housing crisis. We do need more houses. However, I think that we need to take local residents' concerns into account tonight. I'd also support what Councillor Waters said about landscaping for the lifetime of this development. I do think that would be worthwhile. But my main focus has to be on making sure that we've got decent road safety provisions across Bad Bargain Lane, and as well as that, looking at, is there anything that we can do to reduce the massing on the edge of those properties? And if that takes deferral in order to have a proper consultation, I think that would be really helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Webb. Are there questions that any members would like to put? No. Then thank you for joining us. Thank you for making the points that you. Oh, sorry, I see
Councillor Waters.
Yes. Yeah. Councillor Waters.
Hello, Councillor Waters.
All right. I don't know whether you're aware, but when this was first mooted, the redevelopment of Burnholme school site, one of the things I tried to push was some form of parking bay provision along Bad Bargain Lane, especially on the great wide verges that are just churned up mud baths for most of the year. And I was hoping that would have been put in place before reconstruction, certainly of the school buildings and the new care home, would have taken place, but that was completely ignored by the City Council. And I really think, again, this is a City Council application. They should have looked at the wider problems on Bad Bargain Lane before adding to those problems. I don't know whether you'd like to push the same thing as a ward councillor now, but something's got to be done.
Oh, Councillor Waters, I think you probably want to speak to Councillor Douglas about bay parking on Bad Bargain Lane. But we as local councillors, particularly Councillor Douglas, has been working hard to try and get bays on that street, particularly in one location. And we've been repeatedly told that essentially due to works that are underneath the verges, it's nigh impossible. But if we were doing a whole-scale building project like this, surely if we can do something, now is the time to do it. And I think I would potentially agree with you there, Councillor Waters. And if you could look at pushing that tonight, I think that'd be great.
Thank you. So with no further questions, again, thanks very much for joining us, Councillor Webb, and we move on to our next speaker, the applicant in support, Michael Jones. I hope you're still there. I know there's been a temporary internet outage, but I think you're still with us.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, And I think you also have colleagues available, Paul Morris and Henry Wotton.
Yeah,
is that the
correct.
case? Okay, so they would also be available to answer questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. This project is part of the biggest zero carbon passive house development programme in the country. I'm proud that York is once again being seen as leading the way in creating sustainable and healthy places to live. I would like to thank all officers, local residents and stakeholders and our external team for helping us bring these plans forward. I'm joined today by Henry Wotton, who is a scheme architect, and Paul Morris, who is our lead engineer, to answer any questions that you may have. But first, I would like to briefly outline what we are trying to achieve and how we believe the plans meet these strong ambitions. The Housing Delivery Programme is looking to create inclusive, community-focused, healthy and sustainable places to live. The development will generate as much energy on site as is required to power the homes, helping York meet its carbon reduction ambitions and significantly reducing the cost of living for the occupants. The plans adopt a restrained approach to car parking whilst providing lots of high quality and secure cycle parking. We are creating new and improved pedestrian links through the site to encourage cycling and walking, as well as an electric car charging hub for the benefit of both new and existing residents. We have sought to reduce the amount of road space in order to maximise public open space, encouraging children's play and increasing biodiversity within the site. The design is landscape led and we are planting over 200 new trees and over 300 metres of new hedgerow. The development is inclusive with significantly higher numbers of affordable homes than planning policy requires. All of the homes are accessible and adaptable, with 26 specifically designed to be fully wheelchair accessible, reflecting the site's location close to Applefield School. The type of homes proposed reflect local need, with a mix of 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom houses, apartments and bungalows. We are also pioneering a new multi-generational house type, which enables 2 parts of a household to live as a family, provide support when needed, but retain some independence. All of the homes are spacious and light, exceeding space standards, allowing families to grow and adapt, as well as providing space for those who will be working from home. Every house, bungalow and apartment has its own private outdoor space. The design promotes a sense of community through shared ginnels as extensions to private gardens, space for community growing and play streets. The design promotes accidental meetings between residents, creating opportunities to build relationships and strengthen the sense of community, thus helping to reduce incidences of loneliness and isolation. Thank you for your time, and we are very happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and I'm sure there will be questions. I'm going to start with Councillor Wardby and then Councillor Lomas.
Thank you very much, and hello. I asked the question before, so I'm going to ask it again. On pages 23 and 24, paragraph 1.5, there is a breakdown of accommodation mix. It states there are 16 homes that are wheelchair user dwellings, but on page 35, there are paragraph 5.19, it states that there will be 11. Can you say which is correct? And also, can you break down the accommodation mix of which are going to be wheelchair user dwellings? Now, you did state, you just said, bless you, 26, but I just wanted a bit of confirmation and clarity, please.
Yep, so all of the 1-bedroom flats, all of the 2-bed bungalows and all of the 4-bed houses are fully wheelchair accessible. So that's where the 26 number comes from. And the rest of the accommodation is a higher standard of accessibility and adaptability than is required through building regs at the moment, but doesn't meet the full kind of fully wheelchair accessible standard.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for that. I just wanted you to clarify for me what you mean by ginnels. I'm sure many people will share eternal debates with friends and family about what exactly a ginnel is or isn't. So if you can just describe to me what you mean when you talk about ginnels, that'd be great.
Yeah, so you'll seen on the plans that each house has a private back garden, not a large back garden, fairly modest, but that space opens out onto, I guess, what we're calling a ginnel, but you could call it any number of things, and we've had that debate many times in the design team. But it's in effect a shared space that sits between the terraced houses. It's much more generous in size than what you might think of as a kind of traditional ginnel that was built many years ago, and it will be a shared space that can be used by children for playing, for adults to sit, for communities to come together. There might be opportunities for community growing. So we hope a range of community activities will take place in there, both for younger and older people, occupants of the site, and they it's worth saying that they are gated off at either end, so they're just used by the residents of the houses that back onto them.
Councillor Lomas?
So just to make sure I've got it right, it's the space really between the back garden to back garden space. Is that what you're describing?
It is, yeah.
Oh, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pavlovic and then Councillor Douglas, please.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to ask you the question that was suggested by the officers that I asked the applicant, and it's in relation to the affordable housing. You say there's an aspiration to create 32 affordable houses, which would be 38.5% of the overall total. In the additional information, that's reduced to 21. One, can you explain why it's not 40%, which is the target for the housing delivery programme? And two, why is the aspirational figure and the actual policy figure that's the minimum that you're going to supply, that needs to be supplied, not made crystal clear? Are you planning to build the housing delivery programme number, or could it end up being less than that?
So the 21 figure is a planning requirement. I guess to a large extent we're not particularly interested in that, because we're not delivering the minimum number of affordable housing. We're delivering as many affordable houses as we can. I think it's worth saying that when the scheme was changed, so when the houses became bungalows and we reduced the number, that affected the viability of the project. So we've got lower value houses that we're building and we've got less of them. So that meant that we had to tweak the viability a little bit, which is where the offer of 32 affordable homes comes from. That's what we believe is viable on this project. If circumstances change, such as we can attract some Homes England grant funding, or construction costs come in less than we project at the moment, then there'll be opportunities for us to increase the amount of affordable housing that we're offering here. It's probably also worth noting that you may consider it semantics, but 41% of what we are building is affordable. So if you remove the self-build from the calculation, 41% of the total houses that are being built by the council on this site are social rent or shared ownership.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, Mr. Wayne mentioned a number of times that a 23-metre building on his boundary, and I've just been looking at the plans, and I just wondered if you could explain what the elevations are that are along that boundary, so that members understand the profile there. And also there is I think it's a hedgerow that's along the boundary with Pennygent Avenue at the back. How high is that, or is that trees? Could you explain kind of what that boundary looks like to us, please?
Yeah, sure. So the hedgerow is significant in height. Would go up to kind of first story level. We've set the buildings back. So the speaker was correct in that we got the plans wrong originally. We kind of misunderstood the boundary alignment. So when that was raised with us, we moved the houses back from that boundary. So we've now got a distance that means that that boundary hedge remains. I think the confusion about the 23 metres has come about because on the plans it shows that the ridge level will be 23 metres above sea level. The actual height of that house from the ground level is less than 10 metres. So I think it's about 9.9 metres. And the gable end of that house doesn't have a window in it, so that there's no overlooking issue. And you can see on the design that the houses, the terraced houses, are east to west on them, on the orientation. So instead of having a kind of fixed terrace facing onto the houses where the resident lived, you get those gaps between the houses, which is, we felt, was beneficial in terms of letting light through and supporting kind of distance views from that boundary. But we, it's been part of a significant conversation and engagement with planning and residents, and we've had strong feedback from planning that what's proposed is well within guidance that you would normally consider appropriate for protecting residential amenity.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a follow-up given what Michael just said. Can you just explain to us what resident consultation has taken place in the last 12 months whilst the pandemic's been on, please?
Yeah, so it did change. The pandemic clearly changed our plans. So the plans was a 3-stage approach, all of which would be on site. So the first stage was a kind of meet the design team. Then it went into a 4-day design workshop, and then there was intended to be a 3rd stage, which would have been a kind of in-person, here's what we've done with your ideas and your feedback. So what we had to do instead was a online survey, which we did. We also, it wasn't the boards that were referred to weren't planning boards. We put them up as applicants because we wanted residents to be aware of the plans. The location was selected because we weren't allowed to put them in front of the library. We weren't allowed to put them on the public highway. So we put them in the best place that we could, that we thought as many residents as possible would see them. And we also sent letters to residents around the site to make them aware of the online survey. And we did get a good number of responses back to that survey. So clearly it's not been successful for everyone, but for some residents that approach worked, acknowledging it wasn't how we wanted to do it, and it's not how we're going to be doing it post-pandemic.
Thanks. Councillor Rowley and then Councillor de Gorn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Michael. I just want to come back. I picked up on this in the questions to officers earlier. I want to refer to page 66 and 67. And page 67 is the proposed site plan, and page 66 is the photograph of the proposed access from Darnbrook Walk for pedestrians. I have a number of concerns, and maybe you could just talk me through this, Michael. The width of Darnbrook Walk, including the pavement, it appears to be quite wide. Actually, in reality, it isn't. As someone that uses that road quite regularly in my schoolwork, but the pedestrian access is as wide as both the highway and the pavement on Darnbrook Walk. So I have, forgive me if I sound skeptical, but I am slightly skeptical about the fact that at some point that may well be opened up and become a highway. My other question, Michael, really is, and again, I'm sure this is probably something that we can discuss in terms of the transport management plan, but construction traffic. Darnbrook Walk is absolutely not suitable for any form of construction traffic at any time of the day. And my worry is that because we've been informed by Helen that it needs to be there as an emergency access for emergency vehicles, my concern is that developers either taking construction materials to the site or taking waste away from the site may be tempted to use that, and really I'd be interested on your thoughts around that.
Yeah, as applicants, we have absolutely no desire or intention to use Darnbrook for long-term use for the residents of the site. We've always thought it would be very helpful to open it up for pedestrians and cyclists. which is what our intention is. And we're very happy to have whatever restriction is felt appropriate around saying that there'll be no construction traffic coming via Darnbrook. In terms of the technical question that you asked, it might be more helpful for the architect or our engineer to answer that question about Darnbrook, if Henry or Paul want to come in.
Hi there.
Hi,
Henry.
You go, Henry.
All I was going to mention, really, hi everyone, Henry Whitton, one of the architects of the scheme, was that we are using modern methods of construction for this scheme. So it is timber frame. It's prefabricated in a factory rather than an awful lot of construction work going on site. And what that prefabrication means is that the amount of deliveries coming to site is heavily reduced. Therefore, you could almost pick and choose. Well, the contractor and subconsultants are able to schedule those deliveries more accurately. Therefore, I think, as previously mentioned, it might be during the hours of school rather than during the hours of people walking to school or cycling or driving to school. Yeah, I think that's kind of my point, really. Darnbrook Walk, as Michael says, has never once been considered as a point of access for any sort of construction. Speaking to residents, speaking to the school in person, it's not a viable option in any shape or form. The intention is that it would all come via Mossdale Avenue, but like I say, at a scheduled and appropriate time.
Councillor Kilbane, I noticed you had waved your hand a little earlier as well. Is this a supplementary on this one?
It is a supplementary. I'll save my other supplementary for later. So are you saying you're happy to condition the delivery of construction materials happens after 9:30 and before 3:30?
In principle, absolutely. We haven't started the process of procuring a contractor yet. So clearly we would like to speak to the contractor that we procure and then speak with our colleagues in highways about how we can best manage that. But in principle, we absolutely support working within those restrictions. And as Henry outlined, we will be getting far less deliveries to this site than you would see on a typical housing project. So we hope that that will be manageable.
Councillor Kilbane, you clearly had another question there. Please take the opportunity.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Chair. It was to do with the 23 metre business and Councillor Douglas's question.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that now, or?
Yes, as we've already passed that point, but please do.
I just wanted to be. I want to be absolutely clear. I mean, first of all, I did find it a little odd that the council won't let the council put up signs on council land. But the other aspect was, I want to be absolutely clear. You're saying that the gable end of these houses on the back of the gardens on Penny Ghent, is it? They are 9 metres high, not 23.
Henry, do you want to come in?
Yeah, Michael, I'll step in there. So immediately adjacent to the boundary along Penny Ghent Avenue, the gable end is 7 metres tall.
7.
7 metres tall. Where we have dormers, which is never on the gable end, that height increases to just over 9 metres. So from day one, it is something that we think about. We always think about the impact we have on our neighbours, and we never want to intrude on anyone's privacy, on anyone's daylight, on anyone's sunlight. So therefore, we try to keep the impact as minimal as possible. So unfortunately, just through kind of technical standards and the way the architects like to draw things, when we've drawn the heights of first floor, second floor ridge lines, we've done it above sea level rather than 0 to 23.
That's very helpful and understood. Councillor Lomas.
Yeah, sorry, it might just be my layperson's understanding of things, but you said gable end was 7 metres, and then you said that a dormer would be 9 metres, but so what are you talking about when you talk about a gable end? Because I thought that was the flat bit at the end of a house that went right up to the pointy bit of the roof. So a dormer wouldn't therefore be higher than the top of the point of the roof, would it? So can you just help me on that, because I'm getting myself confused a bit, I think.
No, of course, no problem. The best page to look at as part of the report would be page 69. That best describes the house type that you'll find immediately adjacent to the boundary on the western side, like a Pennygent Avenue side. And effectively, as part of one house, you have 2 ridges. And the lower ridge being just over 7, and the upper ridge being just over 9.
Thank you. Councillor de Gorn.
Yes, I wanted to ask a reference paragraph 3.6 and 3.7. Obviously, a lot of concerns have been mentioned around the level of parking and getting that balance right, and the promotion of sustainable travel. I just wondered, I noticed that it talks about in there a contribution being required to the Highway Authority to manage the risk. I mean, firstly, I suppose, are the measures that have been requested, are those things that you think will actually be effective in terms of reducing the level of parking demand? And secondly, is because there's nothing at the moment in here, but I think one of the key concerns, as one of the speakers mentioned, is about bus services in the area. And, you know, in the next year, obviously there could be quite a bit of uncertainty about bus services. Are you willing to work with bus operators? Because I think, you know, personally, I would much rather money goes into supporting bus services and providing extra car parking spaces, but I don't know if you can elaborate a bit more on that.
I'll pick that up, Michael, if that's okay. It's Paul Morris from Civic Engineers.
Thank you.
The site will be promoted as a low car development. That's in line with the aspirations of the housing development programme and a response to the climate crisis. And I expect the principle of that would be generally supported. This will be made clear at the point of sale or lease. So as people, interested parties approach the council, it'll be made clear that it's a low car development, and the travel plan measures will be promoted at that point as well. We're confident that the travel plan measures proposed will result in low car ownership, and there'll be no significant impact within or outside the site. But on top of that, there is what we're considering an extra over contribution that we made to the Highway Authority. I think Helen mentioned that earlier and talked through some of the measures that could potentially be introduced if required post-development. There are a suite of travel plan measures proposed that include improvements to the bus shelter and stop on Bad Bargain Lane, and we're also offering incentives for bus use and cycle use in the form of vouchers to residents. So we will be pushing the use of public transport significantly through the travel plan, both through planning and post-development, and definitely something that we want to encourage as part of the promotion of sustainable travel for residents.
And can I just add, there's been some reference to Derwentthorpe, and obviously it's a project I know well, and I understand the concerns, but I guess a key difference here is, one, we are, as the council, responsible for all of the sales and all of the lettings that will be occurring on our site. So we believe we can give a really consistent and coherent message about, if you've got 2 cars, this probably isn't the place for you to live. And the other difference is that we are intending to have some form of permit scheme on here, haven't fully worked out what that detail will be, but there'll be a requirement and there'll be some form of enforcement on here. So if you don't have a permit, you can't park on the site.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas and Councillor Rowley, you seem to have supplementaries. Councillor Douglas, go first, and then Councillor Rowley, and then Councillor Pavlovic, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to, I suppose, repeat some of Councillor de Gaugne's question, and it's about buses. The bus provision in that area of Heworth and Heworth Without is really very poor, to be frank, and it ends really rather early. So I went down there today and had a look at the bus timetable outside the Burnholme Centre, and the buses are about every half an hour, but they end at around 7:30 and earlier on a Sunday. And so Councillor de Gaugne did ask if there's been any interaction and would you be willing to work with bus operators. It would be a great opportunity to improve the bus service in that area, much appreciated by many residents. So I'm just wondering what has been done or thought given to that, and can we put some plans in place if it hasn't been? Thank you.
So I mean, as Paul mentioned, there'll be free bus permits for the residents of our homes to drive that demand, and it's that demand that will obviously increase the supply of buses. To pump prime a bus service is a very expensive thing to do. So we're very happy to work with the bus operator in any way we can, and yeah, very happy to have any conversations with anyone that's got any ideas about how we might try and improve that bus service, because clearly that would be of great benefit to the new residents as well as the existing residents in the area.
Councillor Rowley, I'm coming to you next, but I'm aware that Councillor Waters, is that also going to be a supplementary or a different question, Councillor Waters? Will it be a supplementary?
It'll be a supplementary, and then I've got a number of other questions.
Okay, then I'll come to you after Councillor Pavlovic. So Councillor Rowley, Councillor Pavlovic, and then Councillor Waters supplementary, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is probably for Paul, really. Coming back to the parking, my experience of recent developments and the aspiration of low cars and low car ownership, sadly, for me, is not been a good one. Incidentally, just with regards to your comment, I moved into the house that I've lived in for the last 20 years, and when we moved, we had one car. Because of our growing family and the age of our family, we now have 3 cars that park on or near my home. Anyway, my question to you really is around the parking, and obviously the aspiration to have fewer cars on the site, and the incentives that you've got to do that. My concern is that there is certainly one car park on that site where the library is, and I'm concerned about overspill car parking there. Secondly, the gymnasium has a number of car parking spaces, as does the nursing, the residential home. What would you do, or what would you plan to do to ensure that residents that do have more than one car or aren't able to park on this proposed development don't then park their cars in the other car parking areas on that particular site?
Thanks, it's Paul again. Thanks for the question. I think one of the benefits of this scheme in terms of managing the demand for the cars is, as Michael touched on, the fact that the council will be owners and developer and can very clearly communicate the message around car ownership at the point of sale. In terms of management of the car parking on the nearby facilities, we have been talking to the operators of the other facilities in the area around management and operation of those car parking facilities. There's no specific measures that have been agreed at this stage for prevention of parking on those car parks, but it was something that we will bring forward as part of the travel planning strategy, because it's an important consideration. I think there's there's already significant numbers of parking spaces being occupied in the community centre itself. So the demand may already be taken up. But moving forward, I think we'd continue to consult with those operators and put additional measures in place if required to prevent that overspill parking.
Thank you. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. My question's also about the roads on Bad Bargain Lane, and we heard all three of the public speakers raise the issue of the desperate need for a crossing near that site, particularly both to service the existing residents, the new residents, but also the residents of the care home. Has there been any assessment as to whether a crossing in that vicinity would be beneficial, and can that be something that, if it hasn't been done, can be done as a matter of urgency?
Hi, sorry, it's Paul again. So through our transport assessment, we did assess the walking and cycling facilities in the local area, and it wasn't identified by us or the Highway Authority that there was a specific or immediate need for a crossing point in that location. So it isn't something that is currently proposed through the application.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Well, in relation to that point, the speed tables are still in place on Bad Bargain Lane. They're as a hangover from the school obstacle zone. It'd be a perfectly good place for the council to trial an implied crossing, painting some white lines on that speed table. But no, I was really wanting to comment on all what we've heard about all these transport initiatives, the restrained approach to car parking and the reduction of road space. It's all fine words, but it doesn't work. It won't work here. And if anybody's in any doubt, they just need to go and walk on Derwentthorpe. What we've got in front of us is a halfway house. The council should have been promoting a completely no car development other than the disabled parking spaces, or one with proper adequate provision. We've got neither.
Do we have a question?
Problems.
Thank you for that. Is there actually a question there, Councillor Waters, or just a point you wanted to make that no doubt will come up in our debating this later?
I have a number of other questions to Michael, but the question here is, who has led this down this road? Why, when it's council policy with the climate change and all the rest of it, has anybody at any point considered making this a completely no car development?
So we've taken so we have the clear aspiration about reducing car parking spaces and promoting cycling and walking throughout the whole delivery programme. But what we've done is we've taken a pragmatic approach on a site-by-site basis. So Duncan Barracks, which got approved a week or two ago, we're providing about 50% car parking there. On Ordnance Lane, which is coming forward in the near future, we're perhaps looking at even less than 50% car parking there. So we're taking an approach based on closeness to the city centre, closeness to other facilities, and how realistic it is that no residents would have a car, or or that many residents would be happy to live in this location without a car. And we believe that the proposal that we've come forward on Burnholme will work, is an appropriate number of car parking spaces. So it'll be a permit scheme that allows people to acquire permits when they need it. They won't be buying a car parking space, so we won't have lots of empty spaces like you sometimes do on new developments where people buy a car parking space associated with their house and then don't use it. So there's opportunities for the majority of residents to have a car parking space, and we'll also be giving priority to those households that are larger. So the larger houses will have priority over a permit for a parking space rather than the one-bedroom apartments. And we think we've got the mix about right on here, but obviously there's a range of views on that, and I appreciate that.
I see supplementaries from Councillor Cobain and Lomas. Councillor Cobain first.
Oh, thanks, Chair. And Councillor Waters has asked my question, so I'm going to ask a supplementary to it, because obviously the whole development is being described as net zero, but it's only net zero if you don't take into account the 74 little oil fires that are burning out the front of it. So if it was conditioned to be a car-free development, would it still be viable in your estimation?
It's not something that we have given serious consideration to, so I don't have an answer to that.
Okay, Councillor Lomas.
Thanks. You said that priority would be given for car parking spaces to people in the larger properties over smaller properties, but you've also said that all of the smaller properties will be accessible properties, and we know that people who need an accessible property are more likely to need a car parking space. And in an earlier response to an earlier question, there was mention made that people who had a blue badge would be given priority. So can you just explain that and let us know which priority will be given to which?
Paul, do you want to come in on that, Paul?
Yeah, I think it's a simple question, simple answer, in that the blue badge holders would be given priority in terms of spaces.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't necessarily anticipate that every wheelchair accessible home that we provide will have a wheelchair occupant.
Okay, thank you. We have three councillors who want to ask questions in a different direction. I'm going to take them in turn. Councillor Barker, then Fisher, then Douglas. Councillor Barker. I'll come back to you, Councillor Waters, later.
Thank you. A very simple question, I think. Should you be successful tonight, what's the procurement strategy for identifying a contractor, and what time frame are you working till, please?
We've done some soft marking testing with potential contractors. That process would be more formal starting this summer. The intention would be to start construction on Burnholme in summer 2022, and construction on site would be a maximum of 2 years.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've already heard from Councillor Waters that the suggestion that the landscaping scheme may need to be longer than 5 years. One thing that concerns me on developments like this, which are mixed with social housing and private housing, is the overall responsibility for the long-term management of the communal areas, particularly the landscaping. How will that be managed in this case, please?
So initially, it will be managed through a management company who will maintain those spaces on behalf of the residents. There will be a service charge associated with that. The aspiration on all of our sites is that in the medium term, residents may want to take ownership of some of those spaces themselves, at which point they may want to take over some of the management, and therefore the service charge could reduce accordingly.
Thank you. And that service charge would apply to the social housing as well. Will that make affordable housing less affordable?
It will. Yes, it will apply to all residents. There's numerous examples already in the city where social housing residents pay a service charge for estate management and maintenance. Clearly, we're going to find the most cost-effective way doing that, so that we can minimise the cost to all of the residents on the site.
Councillor Douglas and Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Webb mentioned that residents had received a letter saying that we were going to do an in-person site visit. Is that what happened? I'm a bit confused as to whether that is the case or not. I just wondered if Michael, you knew whether that happened or not.
Sorry, I missed that. Was that in terms of the planning visit?
Yes, yeah, the site visit for today. Sorry, yesterday.
Yeah, it might be a question for Jonathan. I haven't seen. I'm not part of that process.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe Jonathan can help.
Councillor Fenton, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Just following on from the point Councillor Fisher made about the management of open spaces, I think with with some sort of traditional housing developments, the open space we managed is largely cutting grass and tending some planted areas. Clearly, the ethos of this scheme is for there to be more informal space, and we was made earlier of ginnels, which could be used as sort of meeting areas and planted up. It sounds as though that there is the potential for an awful lot of open space, the management of which would be delegated to a management company. And my concern on listening to your response, Michael, was a potential open-ended or a risk of there being quite a high service charge, which may serve to undermine the affordability of the number of affordable properties being provided on the site. Has any thought been given to the council being responsible in the first instance for the management of the open space, with a view to resident involvement in taking on some aspects of the management of that space, which is a model that I think there's many councillors know has been successfully rolled out in other parts of the city where council open space has been handed over to groups to manage on the basis of a license agreement. Thank you.
Yeah, so the starting point for our discussions was to absolutely speak to our public realm team about what they could offer here, whether they would adopt these spaces. The very honest answer is that they wouldn't adopt these spaces because they're not simple enough. The management regime that they operate is lower than what we wanted on these sites. So we want a little bit more management and maintenance of the public open spaces. We're spending a significant amount of money on creating some really high quality spaces, and we want to keep them as such. Perhaps what I said about the ginnels was a little bit misleading. So the ginnels are primarily hard spaces, so they don't require a lot of maintenance, but there are opportunities for residents to make them their own by, there might be opportunities for benches or for raised planters. So those spaces themselves aren't particularly high maintenance, but clearly we've got street trees, we've got the central public open space, and we've got the more wild space to the south of the site between the houses and the school. And we feel that a management company approach is the best way of keeping that space to the high quality that we need. And we're extremely mindful of not passing a significant cost on to residents. So we are making careful choices in terms of the specification to make sure that the maintenance costs aren't too high.
Councillor Fenton, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I suppose just following on from that, I don't expect you to give me a cost per month figure, but have you set some kind of benchmark in terms of what you think would be a reasonable service fee, and is there the potential for the open space to be less than it otherwise would be, because corners have to be cut in order to create something that then can be managed within a financial envelope, and that would just seem a bit of a shame if that were the case.
I think the honest answer is that we haven't got to the stage of figuring out what the cost would be on this site. We are taking a similar approach on Lowfield, so we're working with an organisation to understand what the cost would be there, and we're looking at a few pounds a week. So I can't give you an exact number because I don't want to quote an incorrect, but a small number of pounds per week is what we're expecting at Lowfield.
Thank you. Okay. And Councillor Douglas, you had a supplementary as well. I see Councillor Pavlovic. Councillor Cobain, I think, has another question. Councillor Waters, I haven't forgotten you. Can we try and keep this brief, because a number of members I know are needing to take a break before too long. I suggest that we do take a break before we return to ask further questions of officers and going to debate. But I want to get tied up with questions to speakers now. Councillor Douglas, Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you. So, Michael, in that case, then, has the council considered subsidising this this maintenance scheme to keep the cost right down?
I mean, we haven't got to the level of detail of knowing what the cost will be, so we haven't thought in any way about subsidising that. So okay. Not at this stage. I mean, all of that detail will come later.
Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. But just to take both Councillors Fenton and Douglas's point, you know, we're being asked to make a decision on a scheme that you haven't calculated whether the accommodation is affordable or not. And you know, a few pounds a week, you know, a few pounds might be £2, it might be £22, but if it's if it becomes unaffordable from a social rent perspective, then the scheme isn't viable, is it? And it's not genuinely affordable.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with respect, you know, the applicants are the housing department of the City of York Council. Our customers, our council housing tenants. So clearly, we're going to come up with a proposal that works for them. We're not going to make it unaffordable, but we're not going to have all of that detail at this planning stage.
Okay, understood.
And that's a long way away.
Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. How do you plan to connect the new estate to the cycle path into the off-road cycle path into town? I can't see any links on the plans.
So there's a link down the east side of the site which goes into Derwentthorpe, which connects up to the cycle path that takes you into town. And there's also the route down Darnbrook, which you can access the cycle path near Tankerhole, the former Tankerhole Library site.
Okay, so is that going to be signed and all the rest of it?
If Highways colleagues believe that signage is helpful and appropriate, then absolutely. Clearly, it'll be a big part of the travel plan to make new residents aware of where their cycle routes are.
I'll leave it there because otherwise I'll incur the wrath of the chair.
And Councillor Waters, have you? Is there anything that we're missing here?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got 4 questions. The first one's a very brief one, just to satisfy me on curiosity. On the first page of the agenda, we learned that the allocation in the local plan was an estimated yield of 72 dwellings. We're now looking at 83 in front of us. I'd just like to know from Michael when the decision was made to go for the highest density of housing that was possible to show onto this site. Was it an officer-led decision or was it an executive member-led decision?
The houses are absolutely not shoehorned into the site. There's really good public open space around the site. You know, density isn't a minimum target to aim for. It's a rough guide, and we absolutely feel that the scheme that we've come forward with is entirely appropriate and makes good use of this site in a sustainable location.
Well, following on from that, was there ever any consideration of a landscape buffer zone between this proposed development and Pennygent Avenue? And I'm mentioning that with particular regard to the hedgerow boundary, and I'm sure you're well aware of where my concerns are coming from, bearing in mind what happened with the hedgerow boundary between Derwentthorpe and Meadlands, which you were involved with along with myself. I can't remember now whether you was GRHT or the council at the time. But as soon as the developers got on site, despite the hedgerow being down to be retained, having gone through the council's planning system and a public inquiry as to be retained, as soon as the developers got on site, it was virtually destroyed and a packing case timber fence put up in its place. So the question to you is, was a landscape buffer zone ever considered?
I mean, there is a modest buffer zone between the houses and the boundary, and we think that provides sufficient space to retain that hedge, so we can construct the houses without that hedge being damaged, and the hedge will absolutely remain.
And that is a commitment from the City Council that the hedge will remain and will not be interfered with to put an additional fence in.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Waters, let's hold that there. Councillor Rowley, you've been trying to draw my attention for a little while.
Thank you, Jay. It is a supplementary to Councillor Waters' first question, actually. Michael, we're looking at 83 homes here. 51 of those are going to be market sale homes. So clearly, to make this project and the whole of the Burnholme project viable, I understand that the revenue from those market sales is important. At what point, so in terms of numbers, so we're looking at 83 as a number, the number that Councillor Waters referred to as 77. At what point, in terms of numbers of houses, if it were reduced, would this project or this development not be viable in terms of income generation?
The loss of any market sale homes would mean that we're not within the budget that we've been allocated by executive to deliver this project. But the market sale house cross-fund the social value of this project, so they're a key part of what we're doing here. But I would absolutely reiterate that we haven't squeezed them in. We feel that this is an appropriate development in this location.
Councillor Rowley, keep it brief.
Yeah, I promise I will do. So sorry, Michael. What you're saying to me that is that it would not be viable if it wasn't 83 homes. That's what you're saying. It wouldn't be a viable development. I'm just concerned by your comment to me there.
You would probably end up losing more affordable homes. We couldn't just cut market sale homes from this development. You would lose affordable homes as well as market sale if we were asked to go back and reduce the number of homes on this site.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, members, I'm going to draw a line there. I think that unless there's something really urgent, and you make it a brief question, Councillor Waters, rather than making a point.
Well, there's 2 points. One in relation to what in relation to what Michael said, I think it's important that members understand what he said about an executive budget for this. But a question in relation to what's just been said about market value, marketing homes and such like. Michael, will anybody be taking a practical overview on actually how this development is developed? Derwentthorpe has ended up in a bind of its own making by not considering this at the outset. From my point of view, and from anybody that's considering buying a new house, these new estates should be built from the furthest point and then work backwards, so that anybody that buys a new house or moves into an affordable house has a completed house and is not subject then to additional construction traffic going past them. Has that been considered, Michael, in the light of what's gone on with Derwentthorpe?
So our intention in terms of that, Councillor Waters, is to procure a construction partner and to have that conversation with them. I totally understand your concerns and totally appreciate the benefits of the approach that you outlined, but I can't give you any commitment at this stage about how we're going to construct these homes because we don't have a construction partner on board.
Okay,
would you be content if that was formed part of the construction environment management plan?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we're very happy to provide a detailed construction environmental management plan that gives full details about how we'll construct these homes.
Okay, Councillor Waters and members, I'm going to draw a line there for everyone's benefit. So I'm sure other things, including these points, will be taken up when we come back to debate. We're going to take a break very shortly, just a 5-minute break, so we have a chance to have at least a stretch, a comfort break. Before I do that, I'm aware that 2 members have not always been on camera, particularly Councillor Myers and Councillor Lomas, I think. Can you just confirm for us that you've heard all that's been said as we've been through this? Thank you both. Let's just take a break now for 5 minutes. We'll come back at 18:35, 25 to 7, and then we'll continue with further questions to officers. Thank you. I was muted. Welcome back as we rejoin the City of York Council Planning Committee on this Wednesday evening. We'd reached the point where we have the opportunity to ask any further questions of officers with regard to the Burnholme application. So I'm looking now to give opportunity for any questions that might be arising. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and Councillor Webb said in his representations to us that residents thought that they'd been promised an in-person site visit today. I'm just wondering if we can have confirmation if that's what was included in the letter or not, please.
Hi. Yes, we did accidentally, it was an error on our part, send out a letter saying there would be an in-person site visit. We then rectified this and wrote back to everybody that we'd wrote to say that an in-person site visit wasn't happening and apologised for the mistake. We then did the virtual site visit as we have done for the last 6, 7, 8 months, however long we've been doing them. So there's nothing any different to normal. It was just an error that happened to send out the wrong letter, but we rectified it with it by email.
Yes, Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so Becky, when would residents have received that clarification? Was it a letter or email? How did they receive that communication?
Let me check. Gareth did it, and I know he's in the background. Sorry, Gareth. Do you know when that went and how? I'm hoping he's going to be there. It was definitely sent. I just don't know the exact. There we go.
Chair Gareth Arnold, Development Manager of York Council. Monday, I believe we sent the service was on a Tuesday, wasn't it? So we sent the emails on Monday, correcting that error. Obviously, as members will understand, we still have the old, or all the old codes and all the old pre-COVID codes that hopefully will dust off after all this. After we get back to some normality, and it was just one of those instances where the old pre-COVID code was selected rather than the ones we use now.
Okay.
Thanks, Gareth.
Thanks, Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair, and forgive me if I've got this in the wrong order, but it's just a question to Becky, really. Becky, in terms of conditions, and I'm sorry if I sound like a one-trick pony, but I'm just really want to button down the fact that would it be possible to put in a condition that Darnbrook Walk cannot be accessed by construction traffic, by delivery traffic, or by waste traffic? That's really important for me.
Yeah, we can add an additional condition if needs, but I don't have any. It's a reasonable planning condition to ask for. Helen's just. I think we have to make sure it's bollard so they can be lowered in case of emergency, but I don't have an issue with it being a separate condition.
Yeah, Becky, we can work with you to word a condition that restricts access only for cyclists and pedestrians and obviously emergency access, as we discussed. There's something we can word there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. I, at this point, don't see any other questions. No, if that is the case, then let's move into debate and come to a conclusion on this one. Who would like to help us to make a start? Councillor Cobain, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to know what the committee's feelings or thoughts are on putting in a condition that restricts construction traffic to after 9:30 in the morning to and before 3:30 in the afternoon during school times. What are people's thoughts on that?
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Yeah, I think 3:30 is too late because primary school children come out at 3-ish, and so the last delivery should be at 3 rather than 3:30 if we were going to condition it.
I can tell mine are teenagers now.
Councillor Waters, you were also indicating, were you going to say something similar?
I was just going to make the same point about 3 o'clock, and whether it's worth reiterating that there needs to be some teeth in enforcement.
Okay, I don't see anyone disagreeing with that suggestion, so I think it seems to be a consensus. Councillor
Chair?
Barker, yes?
I do work in the construction industry, and I think sort of a time frame like that is actually quite draconian. Two things are going to happen. You're either going to delay construction, so it won't be built in 2 years, or you'll have a queue of lorries waiting to deliver at 9:30 to offload. Or potentially there's a third one. They'll come out with their the stores on board for site, and they will just pull up somewhere in a lay-by. So having a sort of 4 or 5 hour window when you can actually delay is actually going to do more harm than benefit to the project.
Okay, it may be that others have other suggestions there. I don't know, Councillor Barker, whether you're putting any other suggestion forward in terms of that.
No, I'm happy to, you know, on our site, we have no deliveries before 8:30 and nothing after 4. But, you know, although it is, and we do go past a major school here in York, and that is to avoid having additional HGVs on the roads.
Okay, I see lots of hands there. Councillor Lomas, then Councillor Douglas. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. I think what I heard several times actually from the applicants was that they won't need very many deliveries on this site because of the method of construction. So I think we shouldn't make a false equivalence with other construction sites, perhaps. But I think that what you've just mentioned, Councillor Barker, not before 8:30 and not after 4:30, would achieve exactly the opposite of what residents are asking for, because residents are very concerned about the additional traffic that's caused around school opening and closing times, and the safety of children when they're travelling to school. So I think that you know, that what you have just mentioned, those times would achieve the opposite of what's being envisaged here.
So, Chair, if I can come back. So we've heard there is off-site construction. What you haven't been told is the amount of spoil, i.e. topsoil and other bits and pieces that leave site. Topsoil coming back in to replace brownfield spoil. There's also all the concrete drainage and plastic drainage that can't be manufactured off-site and brought in. There's the sand, there's the cement, there's the timber that's used. You know, this prefabricated is a very small portion of the whole construction project.
Okay, a number of people are wanting to comment on this. Councillor Douglas, I was going to come to you. You still wanting to
Chair,
do so? Yes,
Chair,
Councillor
if I can just make a brief comment. Councillor Barker, it does sound as if you're almost speaking for construction which is yet to be allocated to a company from what we've heard, and I'm just questioning whether that's appropriate.
Well, I think as I'm the only qualified construction site manager on the council, I can speak from experience.
I think it's perfectly valid that Councillor Barker shares from his experience, but he's not the applicant, he's not the contractor. Councillor Fisher.
Can I just be clear? If we were to put a condition on and the developers found at a later date that it was totally unworkable, they could come back for a variation of conditions, couldn't they?
They could indeed. Councillor Douglas, you're getting frustrated.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I was next in line for a supplementary on this.
Well, there were so many who were waving with supplementaries, but
Yeah,
please do, please do.
All right, yeah, I was just going to point out to everybody, and Councillor Rowley will also, Rowley will also know this, that that the chaos that was caused around the Derwentthorpe construction traffic past the primary school that he used to be a governor of, you cannot have construction traffic. I don't think it's right to have construction traffic moving around the local area on school drop-off and pick-up times. It is just, goodness me, I mean, we've seen some very close accidents with small children, and I think we should do everything we can to avoid that.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. There's 2 points that I want to make as regards this. there is still a good deal of construction disruption going to occur from out of Derwentthorpe. There's at least another 2 years worth of development. We are currently waiting for that very restrictive construction management plan to come back, whether it comes back to yourself, Chair, and the Vice Chair, or it comes back to full committee to be agreed. How on earth can we then agree a really restrictive construction environment management plan on a private development because of the impact it's going to have on Tanghall Lane, and then do something that's not as restrictive on the council's own development that's going to cause equal chaos on Tanghall Lane? And I fully support what Councillor Douglas has said. It's absolutely disgraceful to watch the kids walking on Tanghall Lane and see these wagons thundering up and down. I've never seen anything like it. And the council, especially with this scheme, needs to bear some degree of responsibility. The council closed Burnholme School, forcing secondary school children to embark on that walk down Tanghall Lane past all the HGVs to go up to Archie School. We need to be acting very responsibly with the construction environment management plan as regards this site.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. I would have no problem at all with the proposed condition in terms of the hours of delivery, and as I think Councillor Fisher said, if once the contractor is appointed, they have grounds that they believe provide a basis for challenging that, then they can seek a variation. But I think it would be an important marker to put down about, the council's aim to be a considerate constructor. I don't think that's an unreasonable request, so I'd be supportive of that.
Councillor De Goin.
Yes, likewise. I don't know, are we moving to the point of a proposal on this? Because I was going to say I would be happy to propose approval of this with the conditions that people have indicated they would like to see, including, as has just been said, I think there is a valid point that although it might be difficult for the applicant to make a commitment at this stage, because they haven't appointed a contractor, if we want to put down a marker as to the sort of considerate constructor we want, then it would make sense to put that in. And if that obviously then proves to be a stumbling block, then that would be a negotiating position to start from with those who might be the contractors, rather than starting from, as has been said, a much more liberal approach, which is then going to send the wrong signals to the sort of approach we want to see on this site. So I'm happy to support that as a condition, but want to propose approval of this, as you've heard, very much needed affordable housing and a sustainable development, which is trying to balance the economic viability against environmental needs and affordable housing needs.
Councillor De Goin, thank you for that. You've proposed that it is approved. You've referred to other conditions. It would help if we were clear then what those might be. That there was reference earlier, of course, to the points that Councillor Rowley was making with the access. I think that would be something specific. Were there other particular points, Councillor De Goin, that you've noted would want to include as conditions?
Yes, well, there's the additional point about landscape. I accept that all. I think it's perhaps a bit too much to say that all planting has to be for the lifetime, but certainly all trees that are, designed to be part of the landscaping should be for the lifetime of the development.
Councillor Douglas.
I think it should be trees and hedgerows, shouldn't it?
Okay. Councillor Waters.
Your landscape beds will turn into car parks if they're not protected. And I was just going to suggest, as regards the construction environment management plan, for consistency and clarity, I would suggest, because it is so important, that when it's finalised by officers, it is brought back to committee. I would rather see it brought back in front of the committee for final approval rather than just going to the chair and vice chair.
Okay, well, we can explore that. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think there are many aspects of this scheme I really like. I think with the conditions we've put on it, I think it's now acceptable. There is one area of concern for me, and that's the removal of 85 metres of hedgerow. Now, clearly that will have to be done outside the bird nesting season. I wonder if there's any possibility we could put an informative that the new hedgerow planting, the 235 metres, should be put in as early as possible to give it time to establish. So by the time that 85 metres is removed, there is some habitat for birds to nest in.
I can't imagine that others would disagree with that. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to second Councillor de Gorn's proposal that the application be accepted. I think some of the positive aspects of the application, and certainly ones I hadn't perhaps expected to see, is the the willingness to move away from the rather inflexible position of in terms of the affordable element, having social rent or discounted sale, and it's positive to see in this development that shared ownership has been accepted as another way forward, and hopefully that is something that we can see elsewhere. I think the disappointing aspect is the approach being taken on open space, and I would I would hope that some further thought can be given to that in terms of whether it's further discussion with the public realm team in terms of understanding what aspects of the proposed open space caused the public realm team to decide that it would be impractical for the council to be the managers of that space. I think that seems a missed opportunity, and I would hope and expect that that's something that could be addressed. There's been a lot of talk, and I think understandable concern around the extent to which the car ownership levels on the site can be managed, and not just cars, but a large number of people are self-employed and have commercial vehicles, so it's not just an issue with private cars. I think the a note at condition 13 mentions that no development shall commence until a scheme to safeguard against the high risk of highway safety issues arising from overspill parking has been submitted and approved in writing by the local authority. I would just propose adding to the end of that condition, in consultation with ward councillors, because they're most likely to have a very keen sense of of pre-existing issues in the area and have a better idea of what mitigating measures are likely to work or likely to fail. So I think that's something I think would be sensible to add. But overall, I'm happy to second approval.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Lermaster and Councillor Kilbane.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at this initially, there's lots to commend it on, particularly around the passive house target that they have for all of their dwellings, and the relatively good proportions of affordable housing. However, the affordable housing is right on the line of where it should be, and when you then consider there will be a service charge, and nobody can tell us how much the service charge will be, apart from to say it will be a small number of pounds per week. But that's pounds, you know, multiple pounds, not £1 per week. And when we think about people who might be in need of affordable housing, that's a significant amount of money for them to find. So I just, my reference point for this always is the food blogger Jack Munro, who says that she can achieve £20 a week by cutting her food budget to the absolute minimum. So if you think that this service charge might be a few pounds per week, that's a significant proportion of somebody's weekly food budget that they would be paying for their service charge, which then makes it less affordable. And the other thing I was just a bit perplexed by was this density issue. So we were given the explanation that although this is suburban area, and so the density guidance is around 40, this development is 48, which is closer to the urban density guidance, and officers gave us the explanation that that's allowable, and particularly in areas which have good public transport links. And then we heard lots of comment from lots of people saying that there aren't good transport links, public transport links in this area, buses every 30 minutes, but they finish at 7:30 p.m. and earlier on a Sunday. And then we've been given lots of information by the applicant about how difficult it is to improve bus services. So I am very troubled by that indeed. I think that I went from being hopeful to disappointed, frankly, because this is an application by the council, and I would have hoped for better from the council in terms of a vision for housing for the city. And so I'm afraid I can't support approval, because I think there is far more work to be done to make this development have a positive impact on housing for the city.
Councillor Cobain.
Thanks, Chair. I share Councillor Lomas's concerns about the service charge, and it's brought up at every single committee meeting where we have social housing that has a service charge attached to it. And even more concerned, really, that we seem to be getting told that our own council landscape and parks and gardens people can't look after something that's more complicated than mowing the grass or trimming a hedge. Which means we must be in a right state if we can't look after things that are slightly more complicated. I think we need to look at whether or not we can actually look after this until the residents are in such a place as that they can look after it themselves, because that is the ideal solution. In terms of the network management, I'm not really buying the argument that it's just another 40 cars and trips per morning, and that won't make any difference to the highway, because it's that kind of thinking that's got us to the place that we're in every day with gridlock and traffic all over the place. So I think there needs to be some more work done in trying to imaginatively reduce the amount of vehicles that are going to be on that site, and I'd like to see that done as part of that managing the network risk. And also as part of that, what has been missed out is the call for a crossing that we've heard from residents. And as Councillor Waters pointed out, there are two raised speed tables outside of this development that have been left over from the school, and they will be easy to convert. And I would suggest that when we're looking at how we're going to manage the network risk and the highway risk with the ward councillors, that might be something that also needs to be on the agenda, as well as double lines and bollards or whatever else they're thinking of going in. With all of those concerns in mind, I think I am minded to support this application, though, to get it up and running and trust that those other issues will be addressed.
Thank you. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. That this site needs to be developed is not in question. We've heard from the public speakers and we've heard from the ward councillor that they're not opposed to development. And and we've listened carefully to what's been said by officers and by the applicant. I would have to say, for me, I have some concern about the density. To put 83 homes on this site, for me, just causes me some concern. I appreciate the acceptance by officers and the applicants to look at the conditions. If you look at the area in which this development is being placed, there is nowhere else other than possibly the Derwentthorpe estate that has a similar kind of density to this. So for me, I would say that there's probably, my perception is that it would be overdevelopment of this site. I was probably more perplexed by the comment from the applicant that effectively was putting a gun to our head to say that if this, if it wasn't 83 homes, then it wouldn't be viable. So I'm slightly angst about that. I want to support the project. I really do. I want to support some development. However, I am concerned at the number of homes that are being proposed. And for me, I'd be more happier to see this deferred and for it to be re-looked at in terms of maybe a reduction in the number of homes that are put on the site. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Waters, and then we'll, I think, probably be in a position to move towards a vote. Councillor Waters?
Yeah, well, I could certainly agree with deferring if we was going to come up with something better, because the thing that struck me at very early on was when Michael Jones said, in relation to making this a car-free development, that there'd been no serious consideration given. And he also, when we were talking about reducing density and viability of this, said that we're having to work to the executive budget. Now, this is an executive that is preaching about climate emergencies and is keen to see car use reduced. It was a perfect opportunity for that executive to put its money where its mouth was and do an exemplar scheme. But we haven't. We've got the worst of both worlds. We're being asked to support another housing development with inadequate parking that's going to cause chaos on the site and probably off it. And for anybody to think any different, there just needs to walk round on Derwentthorpe. The similar things were aired over many years. Fine words, and they mean absolutely nothing in practical reality. So I certainly shan't support him. The other main worry I've got is, however few cars eventually end up on this site, they will all eventually go out on Tanghall Lane. To add to all the other cumulative developments that's taken place over the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years, and I say 40 years for one simple reason. I've still got the 1980 report by the then highways engineer of York City Council as was, that states quite clearly that Tanghall Lane was at full capacity in 1980. Reason enough to refuse any further applications because of the impact on the highway network. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor de Gorne, you proposed and Councillor Fenton, you seconded. There were a number of additional conditions that were suggested through the discussion. Councillor de Gorne, can I just check with you that you're happy that those are incorporated in the proposal that you've made?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I don't know if the officers want to list
we
what
will,
they've got. But
we will be doing that in just a
Okay.
moment. But given the procedure of this, I wanted to just check that first. So Becky,
Chair,
thank you for.
Would that be to bring the construction environment management plan back in front of members because it is so critical?
I would be interested to hear Becky's response to that. I'm not always keen to see things coming back to this committee unless that really is necessary. But Becky, if you could just respond to where we are at this point. You've heard everything that's been said, the proposal that's in front of us, the conditions that have been suggested. Can you help us just to firm this up so that we might be able to vote very shortly?
Yeah, no problem. So there was a condition proposed to restrict the access. to pedestrian access only. There is already a condition on there that we could probably tweak, but what I'm going to ask is that you delegate the end word into the chair and deputy chair so that I can get that right. You also want delivery hours to be between the hours of 9:30 and 3 p.m. There was also that the landscaping, but then we discussed whether or not it would be trees and hedgerows or landscaping as a whole. Councillor de Gond's nodding to trees and trees and hedgerows.
Trees and hedgerows.
Perfect. So trees and
for
hedgerows
the lifetime
for
of the development.
In perpetuity. Yep. Okay. And then also an informative for as early as possible in the development that the new hedgerows implemented to help with any bird nesting. You then asked, and this is the one where there is a slight issue, condition 13, and you wanted it to be highways in consultation with the ward councillors. What I can do is I can change the informative to also add to have discussions with the ward councillors, but ultimately the decision rests with the local planning authority and not that. So I can absolutely include it, but it needs to be done as an informative.
That's fine, as long as it's in there
Yes.
somewhere.
Yeah, I can add that. That's fine. And then Councillor Waters has just asked for something, and I've forgotten it as I've gone through all of those. Sorry.
There was a couple
Councillor
of
Waters,
things.
speak for yourself.
No, it was
There was a
discharge of condition. That's what it was. Sorry, I forgot. Well, discharge of conditions aren't really a planning application, so they don't usually fall within the remit of the planning committee. So what I could suggest is that when we get those details, if and when we get them, that we speak to the chair and deputy chair and maybe the ward councillors, rather than bringing it back to committee. That would seem a more reasonable thing to do. Again, the decision ultimately rests with the planning authority, but at least if we have the discussion as part of the discharge of the condition, that is something that we can do, which would seem a reasonable way of coming
That sounds
around.
reasonable.
Yep. Okay.
That's the same as what you're doing with the Derwentthorpe condition, so it is reasonable. But there's just two other points. That was condition 9, the self-builds to be to fall under the construction environment management plan as well. It would be no good having restrictions on deliveries if the self-builds weren't included.
Well, the self-build form part of this application, so it's all covered.
Right.
Okay, so that is covered.
And then the other part of the construction environment management plan was a requirement for the development to be built out from the furthest point of the development and build backwards out to Badbargen Lane.
That's not necessarily reasonable from a planning point of view. I don't think we can reasonably insist from a planning point of view that actually happens, because obviously that the developments come forward in a. I'm not a construction develop, as Councillor I've lost him. Councillor Barker explained. There we go, Councillor. How the construction of each element will work, but I can't necessarily say that we could promise that at this moment in time, because there may be certain things within the scheme that have to happen first. So I don't think that that's necessarily a reasonable.
There was a condition put on the Derwentthorpe scheme at the very outset. It was termed sequential phasing, and it was never followed up. And the fact it was never followed up has left Derwentthorpe in the mess that it's in now, whereby people have moved on, bought new houses, and they're going to be faced with 2 to 3 years of massive construction vehicles thundering past their properties because it wasn't approached in a sensible, sequential, practical way. This is a City of York Council development. Again, we should be doing it in an exemplar way.
I just add,
Councillor Hollier, are you wanting to comment here?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it was just to check that the reduced sort of delivery hours just apply to the weekdays.
Yeah, we can make sure that's the case. Yeah.
Because I think they're shorter for the weekend and not on Sundays. Just to.
Not Sundays. Got that. Yep.
Can I just clarify on that? What we're saying is it would be those hours Monday to Friday, and presumably then the standard hours, which is Saturday morning and not on Sundays.
Yeah.
Okay.
or bank holidays?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we clear enough about what we're voting on here? I think we are. Okay. The proposal is that this is approved with the conditions that we've just outlined, and that has been seconded. Can I check that all members have been able to participate fully in this item on the agenda? I know that videos have been coming and going, and
Chair, can you just clarify with Councillor Myers?
I was about to do that.
Yeah,
yes.
great.
Councillor
Thank you.
Myers, I'm hoping you can hear us even though we can't see you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Absolutely. So you've not missed anything. We've just missed you having you on screen.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Then Angela, can I ask you please to put this to a named vote?
Yeah, so this is approval with the amendments and additions to conditions as outlined by Becky. If you could indicate whether you're for, against or abstaining. I'll start with Councillor Barker.
I'm going to abstain. I think the conditions are economically uncompetitive, and any additional costs for trying to infer them will be passed on to the council. So for that reason, I will abstain.
Thank you. Councillor de Gorn.
For.
Councillor Daubney.
For.
Councillor Douglas.
For.
Councillor Fenton.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
Councillor Kilbane.
For.
Councillor Lomas.
Against.
Councillor Myers.
Against.
Councillor Pavlovic.
For.
Councillor Rowley.
For.
Councillor Waters.
Against.
Councillor Wardby.
For.
And the chair.
For.
So that's approved with 11 for, 3 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, members. It's taken us a while to get to this point. We will need to take a break in any case because we have a public speaker to bring in before the next item. I'm wondering how long we want to break for. 10 minutes?
Could I ask 15? I need to get something to eat because my sugar levels are dropping like a stone.
We will reconvene at 19:30. Thank you. Welcome back to this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee on Wednesday, the 21st of April 2021. We've reached the item on our agenda, item 4B on the plans list, Plumbase Waterloo House. If you're looking at the papers for this meeting, that's beginning at page 79. We begin with an update and an introduction to the item. If Becky, you could do that for us, please.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan, if you could do the update and then I'll do the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So just to run through the update that we've circulated, firstly, the description of the development needs to be amended. It was incorrectly specifying the proposal was for 85 student bedrooms, and it is in fact 86. And then there's some amendments to the conditions. We're proposing an amendment to the condition relating to drainage, and that's just to reflect that there's an agreement on the key principles for the drainage strategy as set out in the development the developer's drainage statement. Other amendments, condition 18, which relates to the widening of the footpath. There's a proposed addition to that to specify that the new footpath is to adoptable standard. Condition 20, which relates to bin storage and bike storage. There's a proposal to add a requirement that we approve the manufacturer's details and the setting out of the stacking system that's in the cycle store. So there's the combination of Sheffield type hoops and a stacking type system, and the requirement is to agree the details of that stacking system. Condition number 21, which relates to the travel plan, the amendment is proposed to make that more robust, which will require a more detailed travel plan that's more bespoke to the scheme and its occupants in future. Additional conditions, condition regarding servicing to make sure that the proposed layout is fully installed so that the servicing can take place within the site, and a condition to make sure that any redundant crossings over the pavement, specifically in relation to the sort of car parking area that's there at the moment, to make sure the curbs are fully reinstated there along the footpath. That's all for the update. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. I will share my screen now. Okay. So the application site is the former Plumbase site in the town centre. You can see the application site outlined in red there. Inside the existing site, there's the existing L-shaped building, and then this rather large building that fills the whole of the rear of the site at the minute. This one here shows the existing building and aerial context. Let me just 2 seconds. So you can see, as I said before, the L-shaped building there, and this large building that fills the whole of the site to the rear. So this is the existing Plumbase building. As you can see, state of disrepair, given that it's been closed for quite a while, I think. This is the view looking along Fawcett Street. You can see the existing building here that I'm just outlining. Closer up view of that building. That's then looking in the other direction. So again, you can see the building here. I'm just outlining. And then this is the view from the city walls. You just see the building over the back here. There. So this is a site plan here. You see demolishing the existing buildings on site and putting the student accommodation along the length of the site here. Let's see the next one. So these are proposed elevations. See, 3 to 4 story, well, 3.5 stories high there. And that is your proposed cycle and bin storage. And then this one here which shows your proposed sections in relation to the neighbouring properties. So just clarify exactly where that is. So that's the existing building to be demolished, you can see in there. And that's the proposal behind. And you can see the neighbouring properties along here. And again, the existing outlined in blue there. And that's the existing property with the pink on this one, which shows a new proposals in there. That shows 4-storey there actually, sorry. So it's 3 at the front, 4 towards the back. Okay, that's it. That's the last of my slides.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this point? No. Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just check, is the number of bikes, cycles that can be stored in the cycle store, is that 22, is it?
Jonathan, sorry, I missed that. I was too busy sneezing. Jonathan, are you there to answer that?
Yes, sorry, I'm just on. From memory, the overall provision is around 50%. You've got the freestanding bike and bin store, but there's another cycle storage area in the main building as well, and there's some cycle stands by the front of the main entrance for visitors also.
So about 43 then.
We've got Emma as well.
Yeah.
From Highways.
Emma, can you give us any further information?
Hi there, it's Emma Leonard. I'm Highway Development Control Engineer. Within the spaces that we've got, I've calculated that we can provide about 60 for this development. If there's a bit of a wiggle round of equipment within those stores, that's why we added a bit more information on that planning condition. So that's something for details to be added on later, which gives about 67%, which is pretty similar to the Frederick House application of late. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emma.
Councillor Pavlovic, then Councillor Gorn, then Councillor Waters.
Can I just clarify that Councillor Waters didn't have a supplementary there, given that he's raised his hand? Is it a normal question?
Yeah, it's just an additional question. Thanks, Michael.
No worries. Have we got the archaeologist with us, Becky?
Sorry.
No, no worries.
I didn't realise that we were going to be asked for, so I would have done, but no, sorry, I haven't.
No,
we'll try and help.
Well, no, absolutely. And no, I'm sure you can. It was just about the potential for the warehouse site to contain some really significant archaeological findings. And I think there was mention that most of that would be lost as part of the development. If during the grubbing up and foundation laying something significant is found, what would happen there normally?
We would normally the policy would be for it to be sort of fully recorded, and it would have to be excavated if necessary, so that's an extra cost for the applicant. Obviously, if there's a full archaeological excavation involved, it's a more costly process.
Okay, Councillor de Gorn.
Thank you. Could I ask another highways question? There's a suggestion that the footpath past the site is widened, which I can see the rationale for that. But is that what I wanted to clarify? Is that widening into the space of the property, or is the proposal to narrow the width of the carriageway? So I'm concerned about cycle provision. If we're going to have up to 50 bikes there, you know, there's a very narrow cycle lane on the road at the moment. If you widen the footway, then you're going to lose that altogether.
Right. Yeah. The widening is into the building. In fact, it's where the building is now, in part. We did consider through the planning process the widening of the carriageway, but for the reasonableness and cost and so on, that's not been put forward. However, we've secured the back line from the terrace properties to Barbican Court, and forward of that is to be put forward to adopted highway, so that we will have control over that if we want to widen it as a bigger scheme through the council.
I suppose a sort of related question, given that you're quite rightly going to be providing space for cycling, and the route from here to the university is around the corner on Kent Street. How are the cyclists from the development going to get between the one and the other than along the footway?
Well, obviously, with it being a gyratory, it's not a happy place for
exactly.
cyclists. Yeah. I would imagine if they're heading towards York University, they'll probably consider going up towards the cycle cut through near Hospital Fields Road, or just walk their bike round and jump on there. Okay. Really.
Thank
you. I'm going to come to Councillor Warby and then Councillor Waters. Councillor Warby first.
Thank you, Chair. I apologise now. I am looking for parking, and I found that there was disabled parking. You've got concerns, Highway have, about the needing of disabled spaces, but is there any parking available for them? Because it says about the resident parking zones they can use, but they're already heavily subscribed.
Yeah, we've got on the plans 2 disabled parking spaces. We were angling for more in line with other developments of a similar size. But I'm pretty sure that on this one there wasn't provision for disabled rooms, sort of disabled access rooms as well. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously, if it's res park in the area, blue badge holders will be able to use those spaces. So yeah, it's a concern, but it's not objectionable, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether officers can help, but I don't know whether I'm missing something here, but there doesn't seem to be any response from economic development, bearing in mind it's currently a commercial site, and bearing in mind the objection on page 85 that's headlined proposed use. I don't know whether anybody or how many members are aware of that proposed use and the significance of the objection, and I just wonder whether anybody from economic development had reached out to Indigo that wanted to do a transport hub from the site.
Is it possible to comment on that?
Well, that objector is clearly the council's economic development team can offer services and try to find them a new location, so that facility is there for them. To give that context, that was an alternative prospective occupant for the site, wasn't it, who was looking to have a sort of cycle courier service, and he was looking to base it there, but the site has ended up with the applicants for student accommodation. We can only look at the application on its own merits.
But I'm just asking, because it's currently, or was, a commercial site, why there hasn't been any comment in this agenda from the economic development team, as you would normally expect.
Well, we considered it more previously to be a retail site rather than employment land.
But it certainly hasn't been considered as housing land in the local plan, has it?
No, but what Jonathan's saying is that it's previously retail, so it's not something that we'd necessarily get our economic development team involved in, not something that we'd consult with them on. And obviously we have to look at what's in front of us and what it was previously used for and the loss of retail, but the use that we're proposing, obviously we've assessed that as it stands.
Councillor Lomas, then Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up to the response to Councillor Wardby's question, it looks from the plan, which is on page 117 of the pack, that the blue badge parking spaces are in the shared access road between this development and Barbican Court. So it looks to me as if anybody who is a user of Barbican Court and potentially anybody else who has a blue badge would be able to access those two spaces. So if somebody could clarify that, that would be really helpful. And just another note that not everybody who has a blue badge uses a wheelchair. There are many reasons that people would have a blue badge and they don't necessarily need a wheelchair accessible room.
Yes, that's understood, and obviously legislation on that has changed relatively recently. We normally require about 5% on the developments that we're looking at, and that was our aiming point, but then you can have the overspill within that. But going back to your previous question on the shared access road, at the moment, I believe that it is a shared access road, and there's bollarded spaces on the building side, which is where these disabled parking spaces are located. So that was so that's
it's private, isn't it, Emma? So it's not adopted highway, so it would be policed by the developer.
It would be up to their management company of that site.
Councillor Pavlovic.
Hi, just a generic question really. Has CYC ever done an assessment as to the overall need for student accommodation, purpose-built student accommodation within the city? We do seem to get a lot of applications for student accommodation, of which obviously this is another. Do we have limits?
It's essentially market driven, isn't it? But in terms of our analysis, we have what the overall number of students are and what percentage of them are in purpose-built student accommodation, and I believe it's still at around 50%. So that indicates there's still that other 50% where there's demand for the purpose-built accommodation.
Councillor Waters.
Well, it's my understanding, and it's written down on page 86 and 87 that these schemes can only be supported where there's a proven need for student housing. And at the top of page 87, it fully explains that the council's relying on its SMART from 2016 as to that assessment. And it refers in that paragraph to demand for purpose-built student accommodation is high, particularly from international students. So they're relying on a document from 5 years ago that's largely driven by demand from international students, that's taking no account of all the developments that this planning committee has passed in the last 5 years for student blocks, and it's taking absolutely no account of the pandemic that we've just gone through for the last year on the ongoing demand from international students. So I would suggest that at this moment in time, there is no proven need for any more off-campus student housing blocks. The question to the officer is, would you agree that this assessment is based on a document that's 5 years out of date and that current circumstances have rendered completely out of date?
Well,
John,
they're
no.
based on the market assessment. I was just to say that the numbers we've referred to in the report are up to date. They do take into account recent completions and the number of students in the universities.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I don't see any other questions at this point. We do have a public speaker, and I'm going to invite the public speaker to join us. That's the agent for the applicant, Gary Swarbrick. Are you there, Mr. Swarbrick?
I am, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Fine, absolutely fine. You have the opportunity to address the committee. Please do so. We normally say 3 minutes, but there are no other speakers on this. But don't feel you have to say everything. I'm sure there will be questions from members of the committee.
Yeah, that's fine, Chair. Hopefully I won't take more than the 3 minutes. So yeah, the applicant fully supports the considered and well-reasoned recommendation put forward by officers to grant planning permission for the proposed student accommodation scheme, subject to the conditions outlined. The application proposals represent multi-million-pound investment in the local area and will secure the comprehensive redevelopment and more efficient use of previously developed land within a highly accessible location in line with well-established sustainability principles. The proposals involve the provision of high-quality, managed purpose-built student accommodation, providing a total of 86 bed spaces to meet the continued demand for such accommodation and support the existing higher education establishments within the city through the provision of safe and secure managed accommodation for their students. We therefore fully agree with the officer's assessment that the proposals represent an entirely acceptable form of development in this location. The site is also located within the central historic core conservation area, and the existing rundown appearance of the buildings and car park clearly distracts from the wider street scene. The applicant has worked proactively with officers during the course of the application, and the scheme under consideration today has been substantially altered from that originally submitted in response to issues raised by both officers and other third parties. As detailed within the officer's report, the scheme respects the character of the local built form and urban grain in terms of layout, form, scale and materials, and would not give rise to unacceptable impacts on any neighbouring residents. The scheme therefore represents a high quality form of design that would enhance this part of the conservation area in line with established policy objectives. In terms of the highway issues, the site clearly occupies a highly accessible location in close proximity to the city centre, thereby promoting sustainable travel choices for future residents, which is further supported by the provision of sufficient secure cycle parking on site, as you've heard. In view of the sustainable location, limited car parking is proposed, with a total of 2 disabled bays, which we feel is more than sufficient for a scheme of this size. A turning area is also provided to the front of the building to enable service and delivery vehicles to enter and exit in a forward gear onto Fawcett Street, which represents a significant improvement on the current arrangements at Barbican Court, where such vehicles are required to reverse off Fawcett Street, given the lack of suitable turning facilities currently at Barbican Court. As you've heard, the proposals will also facilitate the widening of the existing narrow footway to the front of the site, which will again improve pedestrian safety and promote sustainable travel. Furthermore, as detailed within the office report, there are no other considerations in relation to matters including archaeology, air quality or noise that will warrant the refusal of planning permission in this instance. We therefore fully endorse the officer's conclusions that the redevelopment of this highly accessible, previously developed site with a well-designed, high-quality student accommodation scheme is an exceptional form of development in this location, and we hope the members are able to support the recommendation and grant planning permission for the proposed development.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Chair.
Mr. Swarbrick. Thank you. We have 1 or 2 questions. Councillor Douglas, then Councillor de Gorn.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Swarbrick, would you be open to maximising cycle storage on site? As the officer Emma told us, she thinks that you could fit in approximately 60 cycles on site. Would you be open to doing that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got a total, I think we mentioned earlier, of around 50 spaces currently, which we feel is, again, more than sufficient to serve a development of this scale. But I think there was obviously a condition suggested to firm up the cycle parking details. So, yeah, happy to work with officers as part of any future scheme to discharge that condition to maximise the cycle parking as obviously is seen fit.
Councillor de Gorn?
Yes, I should just mention this is in my ward, and you've heard the previous, or you may have heard the previous discussion we had about a development where there was a lot of concern about safety around school, the school day with construction. Yeah. I'm just wondering whether, certainly in the morning, whether you would feel it feasible to change the hours of construction to being not until after 9:30, particularly given the location. This site is on a very busy part of the inner ring road. Whether we could actually restrict the construction traffic and not until after 9:30 in the morning, given that there's two primary schools within about a quarter of a mile of the site, and there's a third one in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously a condition recommended to agree a construction management plan, as part of which obviously we can set out times for deliveries. Unfortunately, I can't commit to that at the moment, obviously without speaking to my client and understanding what the implications are in terms of the construction programme, which I think was a basis for the discussion on the earlier item. And obviously potentially if you're restricting those deliveries to certain times, then does that have knock-on impacts in terms of the construction programme, the length of time it will take, and then the potential disturbance to neighbouring residents and what have you from an extended programme. So it's certainly something we can consider and look at as part of the construction management plan, and obviously look at other measures we can maybe implement to obviously reduce any highway safety issues coming out of the construction phase. But yeah, ultimately it's one I would need to take instructions from my client on to before being able to commit to that.
That's Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have two questions, and then I'll be relatively quiet on this application. So Gary, I've got a couple of questions. Firstly, I have a business on Lawrence Street, and there have been a number of student development, accommodation developments on Lawrence Street that have been primarily aimed at overseas students. So is this development, the student development, is it aimed at attracting overseas students or UK students, or has there been no thought to that? That's my first question. And my second question is in terms of numbers. So you're looking at 86 bedrooms. May sound like a silly question, but it isn't if you think about how these things can escalate. Are these double rooms or single rooms?
Well, I suppose on your first question, I'm not aware of the scheme being targeted entirely at international students. My understanding is it will be targeted to the full the full sort of student population at the respective universities. And I think in terms of the sizes, I think they're all shown as single studio rooms is the intention for them, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. Could I just ask how you're going to manage drop off and pick up, beginning of terms and at the end of terms, when you've got 86 students all arriving at the same time and departing at the same time? How are you going to manage that in terms of the traffic and all that in that busy area?
Yeah, that's formed part of the application submission, because obviously we appreciate that is a key issue as to how you're going to get the 86 students in. So that's formed part of the transport statement. So in terms of arrivals, the intention is the students will arrive over 2 weekends with 21 to 22 students per day, with each student allocated a 60-minute move-in window between 10 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the Saturday and Sunday, with then marshals on site to manage, just to make sure that the students are sticking to the timescales and there's no backup. So yeah, that's being given full consideration. There is a management strategy put forward already on that. So yeah, it will be staggered across the 2 weekends with 21 to 20 students arriving per day over a 7-hour period.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Oh no, you have a further question, Councillor Cobain. Thanks.
I've got a couple. Thanks, Chair.
That's fine.
I keep putting my hand
Fire
up and
away.
down. There's okay, and I'm sure all the students will stick religiously to their 1-hour time slots. Where do they cook?
They are studio units, so I understand they have their own sort of kitchen facilities within the rooms.
So they're basically small bed sits.
Well, I mean, I suppose if you want to phrase it like that, I mean, they've obviously got bed spaces, desks, en suites, and then a small kitchenette area as well, as I understand it.
Okay, so they're going to be they're all going to be cooking in their rooms. Okay, and just one other question: how many students come at any one time?
Sorry, you just broke up a little bit there. Can you repeat that?
I can. I said, no, sorry, I'm just joking. I said, how many students fit into the communal area at any one time?
Well, I haven't got an exact figure on that, to be honest with you, in terms of occupancy per square metre or anything. So no, I couldn't answer that at the moment, I'm afraid.
It looks as though it's about twice the size of one of their rooms on the plans, so 20 would be crowded.
Potentially, I mean, I'd be guessing, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously there's sort of wider student workrooms as well, and obviously external amenity space for students to use as well.
Councillor Cobain, do you have further questions? Thank you. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you. Just going back to the move in, are there any arrangements being put in place for move out processes?
My understanding is it's not quite as, I think it's more it's not quite as intense the sort of move out period as probably student arrival. So in terms of the scheme we put forward so far, I don't think there's any specific arrangements put forward. I mean, certainly not at the end of individual terms. Just trying to remind myself now, as we're speaking, as to what the arrangements were for move out at the end of the academic year. Yeah, so the suggestion is it's far less condensed due to different students having different timetables and for when they may finish with and when students may leave. So some might leave immediately after exams, whilst others might wait for results and spend a little bit more time. So the intention is that the general site management will continue and will use the on and off site parking provision in the weekend and off peak periods. So it's similar to what will be looked at for the moving in process, but isn't necessarily quite as condensed as it is with arrivals at the start of the year.
Okay, Councillor Kilbane again.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Last question, I'm pretty sure. On similar developments, the developers have offered free travel passes to the residents. Is that something that this development would be prepared to offer?
I think obviously there was mention earlier of the travel plan condition. So I mean that is something that could potentially be looked at as part of that. Again, it's certainly something we can discuss with the client, and obviously if it is something that they are happy to do, then obviously we can include that as part of the travel plan going forward. I mean, obviously, I think probably what we would say here is it is obviously a highly accessible location close to the city centre, so that in itself will hopefully promote sustainable travel, coupled obviously with the restricted parking provision on site as well, and obviously the level of cycle parking provision that we're providing.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, in that case, thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Swarbrick. It's been helpful to be able to run those questions past you. I've got one further question myself, just to clarify. Apart from the rooms, you've clarified that cooking facilities are in each room. There's a small common room, as Councillor Cobain referred to. What precisely what other shared facilities are there within the complex?
There's also a student work room that's provided at the ground floor level. There's a student laundry as well, and then obviously there's the external amenity space that the residents will be able to make use of as well.
And that's it. Okay. Thank you very much. As I say, thank you for joining us. You'll be able to watch the rest of this through the live stream, and we'll continue.
Yep. Thanks for your time, Chair.
Thanks a lot. We'll now have the opportunity to ask any further questions that have arisen and put those to our officers who are available. Councillor Cobain.
Thanks, Chair. Are there no sort of building regulations or restrictions or anything about building 86 kitchens in a small space?
I don't know the answer to that, but that's not necessarily a planning consideration that you'll need to make now, because there isn't a planning policy that talks about having that many kitchens in that amount of space. They may well need to get building regs, and if it fails under building regs, they may need to change it. But at this moment in time, you need to consider the planning application in front of you.
You will need building regs, and with that amount of people cooking and potentially in their rooms, I think the fire officer might have something to say about it too.
You definitely need building regs. I just don't know the specifics, I'm afraid.
And just to press the point a little further, would I be right then in thinking that whilst there are clear amenity standards required of HMOs, the student accommodation in domestic, what otherwise are domestic properties, those amenity standards are very clearly set out. Are there no amenity standards that are set out with regards to other forms of student accommodation, such as the application we're looking at?
You mean legislation that's not planning legislation?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that either, I'm afraid. If Gareth or Jonathan do, feel free to jump in, but I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Jonathan, Jonathan's come on.
Hi,
Hopefully he knows the
yeah,
answer.
sorry. Well, I don't, there isn't in the way that we have housing optional standards that set minimum space standards. I don't believe there's such a standard towards student accommodation. But I mean, if I don't know if we've got the floor plans to hand, but the layout show that there's a reasonable size apartment for people's living needs, very similar to sort of an apart hotel type use. If you've stayed in one of those, it's quite well contained, but it's an option to a student who might well prefer to have all those facilities to themselves rather than you just having a bedroom and you share a kitchen with 5 other people. It's a different option on the market.
There you go. Can you see that now? I've got the right one. Indeed. So they're your bedrooms.
So I mean, they've all got windows and good standards of natural light. So that there's not really anything in the layout that shows to us that the amenity levels that the occupants would have would be unacceptable.
Okay, but the answer to my question whether there are standards that are
not that we're aware of.
Any form of
No,
document that doesn't
I mean
exist.
the safety related issues will all be covered by building regulations in the same way they are for flats.
Okay. Councillor de Gaulle.
Chair, can I, sorry, just as a supplementary to your question, Chair.
Please do.
You described it as being the equivalent of an apart hotel, but this is accommodation that is essentially residential accommodation where they will be living for up to 40 odd weeks of the year. Are there not different space requirements for a hotel and different space requirements for essentially permanent accommodation?
No, the main thing that we have to look at is natural light, but there's no space standard that sets out what's an adequate area in square meters. And as I say, I think the plans show that they're reasonable sized units for people to live in.
Councillor de Gorn.
I've lived in much worse. Not to say that makes it acceptable. But.
That's not a planning consideration. Yeah.
I wanted to suggest, assuming that, given what the conversation we had with the previous application, I think it would be reasonable to say that during school term time, that the hours of loading or unloading should not commence until after 9:30 in the morning. And secondly, given the location on a key part of the inner ring road, just from a traffic management point of view, I would suggest that it should, I mean, assuming we're working on pre-pandemic conditions, and the loading restrictions which are in there at the moment should continue to apply during construction. So in other words, that the peak time loading restrictions should be applied outside of term time as well during the working week, so Monday to Friday.
I don't know if Emma from Highways has got any comments about the construction traffic. I'd just be mindful that obviously it's one of the key roads in and out of the city that obviously has a lot of traffic on it already, and it's
exactly
whilst everyone has aspirations to reduce that level of traffic, is traffic directly associated with this development going to materially impact on the conditions that are there already?
Stationary, there's very little space to actually do anything there once, isn't there, presumably?
When we're talking about loading and unloading, is that for the construction phase or in general? After, you know,
I think after the site is complete, then the current loading restrictions would still apply anyhow, wouldn't they? I'm more concerned about the
loading,
construction traffic on the highway, given that they've got to demolish the building, and how much room is there going to be to actually within the site while the construction going on?
I think with the construction management plan that will be coming, you know, that does relate to highways, you know, sort of approval, it's probably more of a highway regs decision, I would say. You know, we are aware of the schools, we're aware of the fact that it's the ring road and it's the gyratory, so we will have to do that negotiation like we do on other ones. Okay. So, but I think that's, you know, perhaps not. It also depends on where they're coming from. Yeah, and you know, and I think that's included. You know, any sort of highway stuff has to be included in the method of works, or CEMP as it's now called.
Okay.
Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. Becky, this is one for you, for Gareth, and for Jonathan as well, really. Again, forgive me, I'm a very much a lay person and a substitute on this committee, so forgive me if I should know something that I don't. But looking at the drawings that we've got, and I appreciate that, you know, you are specifically looking at planning matters here, but the number of rooms that we're asking to approve, it's already been alluded to, of the lack of community space. I've noticed from the drawings that it doesn't even appear to be a lobby. that you're literally straight in and then up the stairs or into the corridors. But my more pressing question, and again, it may not be one that you can answer, and it may not be a planning condition, but I would be surprised if it isn't. And I can't see anything on there that has any adequate fire escape provision. And if we're going to get 86 students in there potentially, and despite what the applicant said, they do look to me to be double rooms, so you could get more than 86 people in there at its maximum. If there is a fire, given that they're all cooking in their own rooms, where do they go? That causes me great concern, and it may not be a planning matter, Becky. I just need your guidance.
It would come under the building regs. They'd absolutely have to have it as part of the building regs application. If you look on the floor plans, there is 2 accesses. If you look, there's 2 lots of steps, one for each side of the landing. So does that make sense? So there is the accesses there. I can't advise you on whether or not it's acceptable in terms of fire regs, but as I said, that would be picked up as part of the building regs application. And we do consult with the fire authority. If it does come to local authority, we would be consulting with them. Okay.
Councillor Pavlovic.
Thanks, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Becky, but has there not been a relaxation of building times during the pandemic to allow builders to work beyond the hours that planning conditions would normally have stipulated? And is that still in operation?
Yes, there has, and I think it is until May this year. It may be extended again, but I'm sure that it was until May this year.
So it's until something like 9 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock at night, and it's extended hours, and yeah.
And so therefore, would any planning condition that, if it was to be extended, would any planning condition that we placed in respect of loading or unloading, for example, be able to be sort of essentially ignored? Because the government legislation...
They'd have to come to us first before, at the moment, I think we have 14 days to consider any change of condition that that is requested. So they do have to come to us, and we do have to look. We only have 14 days, or it's automatic, but we would look at it. So yes, they have to come to us, and I'm not 100% sure when that finishes. Give me 2 minutes, I'll look it up and I'll get back to you. Hang on.
Thank you.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. I know at condition 12 there's reference to the need to achieve a reduction in carbon emissions of at least 28%. But I haven't seen anything anywhere about BREEAM rating or equivalent. And I just wondered whether Jonathan knew what the applicant is aiming for, and whether there's been any indication of as to how they're pitching that.
We'd not asked for BREEAM because it's sort of primarily classed as a residential building, so we don't tend to apply the BREEAM anymore in a similar way to housing. So we've not got a requirement on there, as you say, just the requirement that they exceed building regulations by 28% in terms of the CO2 emissions, and that's going to be through PV panels and mechanical heating and ventilation and building fabric.
Thank you. Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry to keep going on about these rooms, but Jonathan, do you know what the meterage is? How big are they? Is it me? Have I frozen?
No,
No, it's Jonathan. I think
No,
he's,
I've frozen.
he's looking.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
normally
If
me.
you give me a minute or two, I
Yeah,
can.
sure.
We'll leave you to do that, and maybe Becky, you're able to come back on the
Yeah,
previous question. Thank you.
13th. I was right. It is May, 13th of May. But what I would say is that they're going to get 3 years to start this permission, so it may not happen. I would imagine that we're going to put quite a lot of well, there may be quite a lot of conditions that will have to discharge before the start. So this may not be an issue, unless obviously if it's extended again by the government, but we don't know yet.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you need a little more time, Jonathan?
He will do his measuring plan. Just give him a minute. I know what it's like trying to measure them electronically. It'll take him a minute.
That is a real concern. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. I did say I was going to be quiet on this, but
I wouldn't have held you to it.
Yeah, good man. Becky, my concern, and I'm sure it's the same shared by Councillor De Goyen as well, is at the demolition stage, you're going to have quite a lot of heavy traffic in and around that area, taking away the waste from the demolition. What conditions are there around? I'm thinking of that gyratory system, and and again, in my day job, it's a road that I travel 2 or 3 times a day, very slowly, but it's a road that I travel, and I wouldn't want to be delayed anymore by construction traffic, but I'm thinking more particularly of the demolition traffic. So what conditions are there around the demolition?
Condition 3 is a construction management plan. So we would, I'm just checking whether or not it's in there. If not, we can add it. That's to get demolition details. That's yeah, we'll put that in there to get details of demolition and out. Yes, we'll do that. We'll add it as part of that.
Emma, was there anything more you wanted to say?
If you want that, that is, if you want that.
Yeah, usually with the highway element of that condition, we have, you know, sort of confirmation of construction times and delivery times and so on. But I would say that, you know, there's 2 elements. There's the schools, although depending on the routes, they may or pass or not pass, because we also tend to discuss that when it comes to discharging that condition. So we look at promoted routes, construction times, of you know, and where they are. So this is on the, you know, ring road and gyratory. So we'll be avoiding peak hours as well, or we'd look towards that. So this is something that we get quite involved in, you know, when it comes to discharging that condition from highways.
Okay. Jonathan, are you able to answer the previous question, Councillor Kilbane?
Yes, yeah. So they're just over 30 square meters roughly each of the rooms, and that's compared to if you have the optional space standards that are nationally prescribed, and that's 37 for a 1-bed flat with 1 person occupying it. So I guess that has to be taken into the round with the other spaces that are within the building, although it's limited, as you've mentioned already. There are communal spaces for things like laundry and cycle storage, etc.
Oh, I think we've probably exhausted the questions. Okay. Unfortunately, during the course of this item, Councillor Wardby has lost connection and may well still be present in the meeting. Thank you. But I think from the messages that I've seen, Councillor Wardby, you've missed rather too much to be able to vote on this one with integrity. Would I be right in?
Yes, that's correct. I don't feel I can vote on this at all, but I was just waiting around to explain that for the public. So instead of just leaving the meeting, so shall I leave the meeting now, or
it's entirely up to you. It's entirely up to you. You're quite welcome to stay where you are, but clearly, as long as you're not participating in the vote, because there will be elements of what's been said that you've not picked up on. It would be very difficult to backtrack in any way that would cover that ground again. So, but
okay, thank you very much.
Do appreciate you staying with us. Okay.
Okay.
So
See
as
you
we move in,
later.
thanks. As we move into debate, I'm looking to see whether Councillor Kilbane's already there. Please, please go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I've got to say this. I mean, this looks like a student battery farm with windows to me. Everything is just, they've crammed in as many as they can with absolutely bare minimum space. And I take on board the fact that it's student digs, because, you know, when I first came to York, I was in digs at the university on campus. But, you know, we had a kitchen at the end of the corridor, and we had a bar down the bottom of the corridor where some of us spent too much time, and there was a pool table, and there was all those facilities, you know. And I've got to be honest, I'm struggling to think of a planning reason why I can recommend refusal, but it just does seem too much to me. I mean, it's far too much crammed into too little a space. And especially if we are around about 7 meters squared short of national standards, then I'm really struggling to approve this. I think we're setting our sights far too low.
Councillor Waters, I don't know whether it's just me, but you're somewhat in the dark. I don't know whether you can get a little more light there.
Well, I'll speak first because
okay.
I'm just going to try and assist Councillor Kilbane if he's looking for some reasons for refusal, because I really do think after all these years of these similar developments getting approved, that it's time that we as a committee made a stand and just said enough's enough. And he's quite correct, it is just like rabbit hutches. But in terms of proven need, as I tried to highlight before, I don't believe the figures can be up to date now. And I don't like this reliance of 50% of students being on within purpose-built accommodation, because if we keep sticking to that figure, the university are never, ever going to face up to their obligations. They're simply going to increase the number of students on their courses and not reciprocate with student accommodation on campus. So proven need, that ought to be a planning reason for refusal. I would suggest it's an inappropriate location where it is on this critical section of the inner ring road. I would also suggest that it's too far away from York University or St John's campuses to be considered sustainable location. I'd like to know how long it would take to walk there or cycle there. But the biggest thing for me is the loss of commercial employment land. I know it was described by the officer as just retail, but it's actually in the agenda as commercial use as a showroom and for retail and trade sales. And of course, there was the potential for another critical part of York's infrastructure, if they're ever going to meet these climate change targets, of the cycle delivery hub. But also, of equal concern, and it should be concerning to all councillors, is the detrimental impact on the neighbouring properties. Not only are they going to be overshadowed by this block, there's the impact of noise and disturbance. You've heard the problems that could be considered when students are arriving and departing, but there's also the considerable noise disturbance that residential properties will face week after week after week. So there's 4 reasons there. I don't know whether Councillor Kilbane wants to support any of those, but I'll certainly chuck in a refusal recommendation. Thank you, Chair. I'll put a light on now.
Okay. A number of others wish to speak. I don't know if they're wanting to second that or what points want to be made. I'll take them in turn. Councillor Pavlovic, then Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. As we've actually got a proposal, my thoughts on this were that I have every sympathy with the points that Councillors Kilbane and Councillor Waters had made. However, having read the report and what we've heard tonight, I didn't feel that there were sufficient grounds on planning to refuse this. So I had Councillor Waters not proposed refusal first, I was going to suggest that I would propose acceptance of the scheme, but I've kind of been superseded there, so I will hold that thought until we know whether there's going to be a seconder for the proposal to refuse.
I said I would take them in turn until the proposal has been seconded. It's not on the table. So, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I have some reservations about this style of development, which seems to be rooms with very little communal space. I was very fortunate during my 4 years at St Andrews and my year in York to live in nicely catered, nicely looked after halls with plenty of social space, lots of things to do. Became a community. This won't be a community. But unfortunately, that's what some students like. Some students, particularly students from the Far East, come here to get a degree, and their main concern is to study, and they are very, very assiduous at studying. It's not too far away from the university. It's about 1 kilometre from York University with a relatively simple path to get there. It's 1.2 kilometres from York St John. It probably will cater for both. It's very convenient for the city centre as well for those who want to go in there. The other thing we always see a lot of criticism of the number of purpose-built student accommodation. The other question I ask is, will that take some pressure off the constant conversion of private housing to HMOs to cater for the student fraternity? And that's obviously an issue we have to balance. Now, we've seen another one coming up in the press today. We're going to get another one in Clarence Street. At some point, we will have to have another review to say enough is enough, if that's what we feel. But although I'm sympathetic with the points raised by Councillor Kilbane and Councillor Waters, I really don't think there are planning considerations that would justify a refusal on this. I think if this went to appeal with the reasons for refusal we're suggesting, I think we'd lose that appeal, and therefore I cannot support refusal.
Okay, we still haven't had a seconder for either proposal. Councillor Lomas, then Councillor de Gorn. I'm coming to Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself very conflicted with this application. I'll refrain from stereotyping students because I just don't think that's particularly helpful. I don't doubt that there is a need for student accommodation in the city that is of good quality. I can't say I'm persuaded that there is a need for accommodation that looks like this in terms of the space allowed, but that's not a planning reason, as has been pointed out. I can't find a planning reason to support rejection of this, despite being deeply again disappointed by you know, a fairly sad vision really for use of this site. I do have a concern about loss of commercial property in the city centre, but again I haven't got enough to propose something on planning grounds, and I just think that there is a real concern about the move in, move out, because actually I think that move in, move out happens multiple times in the year for many students, depending on whether their particular university or college works on a term or semester basis. That could be 2 or 3 times per year. And so I think there's perhaps a little bit of underestimation of the need for move in, move outness. And there doesn't appear to be a facility to manage that, which is a concern in terms of traffic management. But if anybody can find planning grounds for refusal, I would be happy to support it. But so far, I can't find any. But I do think that we need to. We would need to keep an eye on this just for the welfare of people living in our city, being cramped into these teeny tiny rooms in order to live their lives. and it's not an apart hotel. It's not somewhere where people are going to stay a few nights while working or visiting York. This is their residence.
Before I go to any other members, the sense that I have so far is that quite a number of us have deep misgivings about this for the reasons that have been articulated, but struggle to find planning reasons specifically that would justify refusing this application. And those misgivings have been around a number of things: the quality of life in the student experience, the very real concerns around access, not just in the construction phase, but ongoing with move in, move out, and so on. We've had both approval and refusal proposed, but not seconded in either case. I'm wondering myself whether there isn't a case here for deferral to give further opportunity for the planning officers to have a little more time with the applicant for these issues to have the further consideration which I think they deserve, rather than pushing to either approving or refusing this application this evening. I can't pretend that I'm entirely happy with it myself. I'm not. There are a number of things that do cause me concern about this. I did smile when there were discussions around the fire risk, because of course it couldn't be more convenient to the fire station, but that's another matter. So from the chair, and this may of course not receive your approval, but I would propose that we defer this for further discussion with the applicant in order to bring this back with something that hopefully will be something that would cause us less concern around these issues. I see that Councillor Pavlovic has a point.
Chair, I withdraw happily my proposal to approve, and I'm more than happy to second your proposal to defer.
Okay. Councillor Rowley.
Councillor Pavlovic has just stolen my opportunity as a sub
oh, I'm sorry.
to second your proposal. So if I can third it, then that's fine.
Okay. Whilst councillors of Gorn, Kilbane and Fenton still have hands raised, I'm going to give each of them an opportunity to say whatever they might want to say. Councillor Gorn first.
Well, I was going to second a refusal, but since you quite rightly suggested that the grounds, I think there's a number of grounds, as have already been indicated, why this is not of sufficient quality for us to approve. As a question about, which obviously is not a planning reason, but there's a question mark about whether the market really justifies this sort of development going forward, given that, I mean, not only a few months ago, work started on Frederick House, as was mentioned, which is in my ward. There's 300 accommodation for students within half a mile of this, and the sort of, as has been alluded to, the sort of scale of what's proposed. There's very little amenity, open amenity space. There's air quality management area, which means windows have to be fixed closed on the side facing the busy main road. There's all the construction traffic issues. There's arrival and departure arrangements. There's a number of concerns. I must admit, I'm somewhat surprised. I think if it hadn't been for a pandemic, we probably have had more public speakers from Barbican Court, who may well be blissfully unaware of this application. But I would be very surprised if most of the residents in there weren't concerned about the impact during construction, but also the longer term impact that would have on their quality of life, having so many students in relatively small accommodation coming and going with very little amenity space away from the courtyard, which is shared access to the two premises. So I think there are a number of concerns which, if the majority seem to be mindful of deferring it, would warrant further exploration. And as I've said, there's the issue about the traffic, the impact on the inner ring road and the congestion that will cause during the construction phase. But also the safety of school, parents with their primary age children coming and going along this narrow footpath, which is already an issue I've had raised as concern with me as a ward councillor. So I would support, on that basis, support deferral to see whether there isn't a more appropriate use for this site. One last point I would add is I do agree with the disappointment that's been expressed at the seems as though we've reached a point where we don't even have comment in the report about loss of employment land, and this is maybe of some of it is retail, but it was also supply to trades, which with sites like this is quite crucial, really. But we have those facilities within the city for the business that are working in the building industry, and at such an accessible location. But there seems to have been very little in the report to say that we might resist on the basis of loss of employment land and loss of that sort of commercial use in the close to the city centre.
You've made a number of very good points there, Councillor de Gaunt. Councillor Kilbane, then Councillor Fenton.
Thanks, Chair. And I would support your proposal for deferral, because I think in addition to everything else that's been said, I think if the minimum size should be 37 square metres, then that's what we should at least be looking for in these rooms. And just anecdotally, I did ask somebody that was living off Heslington Lane the other day if the increase in purpose-built student accommodation had decreased the number of students living in that area, and she said yes, and they've all been replaced by Airbnb.
You broke up a little there, but I think you said they've all been replaced by Airbnb.
Yeah, did a break up on the punchline, like Norman Collier? Oh dear.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to give officers some degree of a steer in terms of what if we choose to defer, what we want that conversation with the applicant to look like. I don't have any problem in principle with student accommodation on this site. I think the issue really is the nature of the accommodation and the lack of communal space, and page 83 of the pack, the comments from the Conservation Areas Advisory Panel, they make the very valid point that in their opinion the configuration of the accommodation would not be conducive to the mental health of the occupants, and I think we can't overlook that. Yes, we're approving buildings, we're also approving or considering approving places where people live, and we have a responsibility to the occupants of those buildings, as well as we talk a lot about the impact on amenity of neighbours, but we can't overlook the amenity of the people who will be living here, and I think that's, for me, would be the key point that I would ask officers to go away and talk to the applicants about. And from their perspective, it may come down to there's perhaps less of a return on their investment from building in more amenity space, but I think that conversation needs to be had. So I would support that proposal.
Thank you. And Councillor Hollier.
Sorry, Chair. As soon as the previous hand goes down, my picture moves and I completely lose myself. I was just going to say really that I don't think I can support deferral, basically for the reason that I think we've probably got enough information to make a decision on the basis of what's in front of us. And I suspect that if this application came back in the sort of same form it is now, that for the reasons people previously said that they couldn't find a good sort of planning reason to refuse it, we'd be back to that sort of square. So just to make that clear, that that's the reason I won't be supporting the deferral.
Okay. With no other members indicating they want to speak further, I'm going to then put this to the vote, because it has been proposed from the chair, seconded by Councillor Pavlovic, that we defer this. We've articulated between us quite a list of reasons why we feel that deferral would be of benefit. I need to do two things. I need to check that we've all been party to the whole of this item of the agenda, and invite Becky, sorry, Councillor Douglas.
I was just trying to tell you I've heard everything.
Oh, good. Okay. That's very, I'm pleased to hear that. Because I know that some members have not always been on screen the whole time, but everybody I hope has been able to take full part. So Becky, if you could please just put this into a form that will enable us to vote at this point, please.
Okay, I've got a number of reasons for deferral. So the first one that was talked about was the details of moving out as well as in for the students. The second one, which is got quite a lot of detail, is the size of the flats and the amenity space and the quality of that there, that you want, that's so specific that you want it to be looked at in terms of to make sure. And I think it was specifically talked about 37 square meters. So obviously we've got that. It was also to do with construction traffic. You wanted more information around the impact of construction traffic along with the impact on the school. So we'll have the discussion around that. The impact on the neighbours' amenity and the shared access and how that works. That was another one. And then loss of the employment land was my very last one, even though it's not theoretically employment land, it is classed as retail. So that might be, I might not be able to get you so much on that, but I've still noted it down as something to discuss.
Okay, Councillor Rowley, have we missed something?
Yeah, I mean, and again, Becky may have, the phrases that she used maybe include this, but for me, it's the demolition traffic as well as the construction traffic, which I know may
No
all
problem.
be. Yep,
Yep.
thank you.
Sure.
I've got it there, but I didn't say it yet. So yeah, demolition as well as
Okay.
construction. Thank you.
Okay, then Angela, I'm hoping you're still there. Can you help us now with the named vote, please?
Can, Chair. So again, for or against or abstaining, beginning with Councillor Barker.
Against.
Councillor de Gorn.
For.
Councillor Daubney.
For.
Councillor Douglas.
For.
Councillor Benton.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
Against.
Councillor Kilburn.
For.
Councillor Lomas.
For.
Councillor Myers.
For.
Councillor Pavlovic.
For.
Councillor Rowley.
For.
Councillor Waters.
For.
And the Chair.
For.
So that's approved deferral, 2 against and 12 for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Members, thank you. I appreciate that once again, it's getting late. And your contributions have been really helpful throughout. We come to the final item of urgent business. There is no urgent business, therefore the meeting is now closed. Thank you.